My name is Mike Cahill. I am the chair of the steering committee of the Evan Liblit Memorial Scholarship Fund at Stony Brook University. And I'm kind of going to be the master of ceremonies, more or less, today. And I want to welcome you to this is the fifth annual uh, Larry Swanson Environmental Symposium. Today, we're combining with the Stony Brook's Waste Reduction and Management Institute to present an interim, a local regional plan that Mike White, who will speak later, will be heading up, and we hope you're going to have a good day today. I would like to thank Suffolk Community College for making this space available. This came as a real godsend because at Stony Brook, if you're not familiar with it, it's terrible to park. But we got a big lot out there, so that's good. Also, I have been telling the speakers that there is a beautiful indoor track just to the left. And if you're nervous and you feel like you got to take a couple of laps to cool off, it's right there. Just go in, run your laps, and come back. But to begin the day, I would like to, express our pride and our enthusiasm for being affiliated with a great university. And we are associated with Stony Brook University, and we are working under the supervision of our Dean of the School of Marine and Atmospheric Sciences, Paul Shepson. And I would ask Paul, if you could, to come up and say a few words in welcome.
Thank you, Michael. So I'm supervising you. I want everyone to stay in line here. So welcome to the Larry Swanson Long Island Environmental Symposium. It's a great crowd here. That's very exciting. We have a lot of work to do. So first, I want to say that I'm honored to be associated with the hosts of this event. First, Stony Brook University's Waste Management and Waste Reduction and Management Institute, WRMI, directed by Michael White. The fantastic Evan Liblit Scholarship Committee that supports students at Stony Brook University who have a passion for helping us all to solve problems with waste management and reduction and sustainability issues. And I think he's not here yet, but I also want to thank Suffolk County Executive Ed Romaine for his support and enthusiasm for the problems that we are going to be talking about. And they include developing a plan for solid waste management here in Suffolk County and Long Island, dealing with waste to energy facilities and associated issues, recycling, and organic waste and minimization of organic waste and food waste. And that particular issue is very important to me since it represents a key part of the pursuit of the challenges articulated in the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. We have a lot of work to do there to stay on track for meeting the ambitious and aggressive goals of that piece of legislation. So everyone here knows we have a hell of a lot of challenges here on Long Island with our waste management. That would be really intimidating if it weren't for the expertise represented by the people in this room. So I was just hearing we're not talking to each other. Well, that's why we're here, is to be talking to each other and working together to improve are planning in search of sensible waste management on Long Island. So I look forward to hearing everything that we're going to be talking about and participating in that. I just want to close with saying how honored I am to be associated with the name Larry Swanson. He reminds me that he taught me what it means to be a good human being. And every day I work hard to live up to the example that he set. And we can all do that today in constructive and respectful dialogue aimed at working together to solve our problems. So thanks very much. I think I'm going to turn it back over to who we call the other Michael White. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to introduce Michael now, Michael White. First, I guess I gotta advise you all that there's been a little bit of a change in the program. When you see the program we had out front is not completely accurate. County Executive Romaine is expected here at 10. And so we're going to go a couple of sessions before the county executive appears, and we need to thank him for really organizing all of this with his leadership. But for now, I'd like to introduce Michael White. Mike, I've known for many, many years as another attorney, so like myself, but he has been is currently the interim director of the Waste Management and Reduction Institute at Stony Brook. And he's a consultant to Winter Brothers and to the Waste Management Company. And he's been an environmental attorney like I have for solid waste management issues for 40 years. 40 years is no lie. He has been, and he's been here, and he's taking on a big job right now. And I want to ask him to come up and tell us what he's up to.
Yeah. What do I hit? Okay. Thank you, Mike. It's a privilege to come here and make the presentation, and appreciate everybody for coming today. It's a key topic for Long Island, actually for the world, but we have our unique challenges, and that's really what I'm going to be talking about today. Regional solid waste management planning. I call it sorting out Long Island's solid waste crisis. So today we'll discuss the Long Island region. And when we talk about the Long Island region in this context, Nassau and Suffolk. We share this great geographic island with New York City, but our Nassau and Suffolk is the key here. On solid waste management crisis, we're going to talk about infrastructure, the crisis that's been created by some lack of infrastructure, and the challenges we face. As I said, we're an island, as we know. We have a large waste stream, and you'll hear more about that. And again, just our location alone, being an island, you can realize. We're going to talk about the Waste Reduction and Management Institute and the work that we're doing. And also I want to say one of the other challenges that I'll talk about is the overall governance of Long Island, how difficult it is to get things done here. And then I'll end with some preliminary strategies that we're working on in the working groups for our plan. So about Long Island, as I said, geographically we're shared with New York City, which is almost an impediment in the way solid waste is managed here on Long Island. We'll talk about that. The other feature I want to talk about from Long Island is a key aspect of Long Island, as you probably all know, is our sole source aquifer. That's our drinking water. And it's relevant to the way we manage solid waste, or have to manage solid waste in today's time. So about Long Island, it's complicated. It's complicated to get things done. So we're Region 1 of the DEC, our partners in the work that we're going to talk about today, and we have a number of representatives here today, and I appreciate that. 10 solid waste management planning units, square mileage greater than 2 states, population and households greater than 16 states, 2 counties, 13 towns, 2 cities, 97 incorporated villages, 125 school districts, and over 900 taxing entities, some of which include sanitation districts. So you can see this balkanization to the comment I made earlier on how difficult it is to create collaboration and getting things done. Unlike New York City, which has one government, but we're getting there. About solid waste, no surprise, this is certainly not unique to Long Island. We buy it, we throw it away. Mostly it has some residence time in our attics, our basements, or our garage until they get cleaned out. But that's pretty much tells our story. The crisis. So when I show this slide, the pile of recyclables and solid waste, and the previous slide, in my lectures as an example, I ask the question, do you know where your garbage goes? And almost always, very few people in that audience know. Okay, so that's part of still our continuing education, because knowing where away is, it just goes away from the curb. Knowing where away is matters environmentally and, of course, economically. Unfolding the crisis. Waste generation rate continuously increasing. We're trending up. We're exceeding the national average already. On municipal solid waste, we looked about a little over 5 pounds per person. That's 2.5 million tons a year from Nassau and Suffolk County. The sole source aquifer I mentioned earlier makes a difference. There are no landfills for MSW on Long Island in order to protect the groundwater, our drinking water, because that's what you discovered. Our landfills were contaminating our groundwater. So we don't have that option available to us on Long Island. And then we have the waste to energy facilities, absolutely essential for handling Long Island waste, and you'll hear more about that. Waste to energy plants are probably handling about 5,000 tons a day of municipal solid waste. And of course, the other option that we talk about is what's left. We have to truck it off Long Island. We truck probably 3,000 to 4,000 tons a day off by truck. You've probably seen these trucks with green, white, or black bales on the Long Island Expressway on flatbed trucks. Those are going to mostly out-of-state landfills. That alone is a challenge. The other feature is on the waste energy facilities. A key crisis that you'll hear about a little bit later is the fact that the power purchase agreements with LIPA are going to expire in less than 2 years. So there's work being done on that, and I'm sure you'll hear more details, but that's about $70 million a year in revenue to those facilities, which is passed back to control tipping rate and to the municipalities that they're serving. Okay, I think I went too far. Did they go back? Okay, let's see what this does. I can't get back there. Let's see. I think I skipped a page. I'm going to go to recycle. Can I go back to that? So what I'm going to about here is another feature is our recycling rates. Recycling rates are poor. This is a function of lack of participation, what we call wish cycling, where people put in stuff in their containers that cannot be recycling, and a lack of enforcement in terms of who should be recycling and how they should be recycling. The other feature is an absence of food scraps and organic waste infrastructure. Okay, 20–30% of the waste stream, we should be composting, anaerobic digester. You'll hear about a little bit more about that later. And the lack of local markets for recycled commodities and processed materials. You'll also hear about that, at least in terms of glass. You good?
You swapped the 2 slides.
Okay, we're good?
What are you trying to talk about now?
I'm just going to transportation.
Perfect.
Transportation. So I talked about the trucks. Heavy congestion on roadways and bridges. Everybody who lives on Long Island knows that for sure. We have a problem with air quality from trucks, so we can do a lot better with that, hopefully with clean diesel or possibly someday electric trucks. We have the problem of aging infrastructure, bridges and tunnels, even roadways, as you know. And freight rail is constrained by the need to use the same track for passenger cars as for freight cars, for rail freight. And I'll talk about next how we're using rail freight, at least for construction and demolition debris. And of course, the ever increasing costs of solid waste management. Okay, local government. So you'll see this big list, right? Towns, villages, districts, cities. That's our local governments managing the solid waste on Long Island. Collection, transportation of disposal, curbside solid waste, recyclables, yard waste, e-waste, bulk items, construction and demolition debris, at least with respect to public drop-off areas, household hazardous waste. And a key function of local governments is public education within their jurisdictions. And again, working with DEC to create that awareness and education. Important to talk about the connectivity of those planning units that I talk about. Again, because of the balkanization, it's not that easy, but that's a key function in terms of moving a plan forward. And the public-private partnerships. Every function I mentioned earlier is really a function of how public-private partnerships and or intermunicipal agreements are creating the connectivity and the function in dealing with our solid waste. So how waste flows on Long Island? We're talking about MSW, putrescible waste. I know this is a little complicated, but I'll walk you through it. So the orange are the waste, MSW going to waste energy facilities. So you see there's a Hempstead facility, that's one of the four. That Hempstead facility is taking Hempstead and North Hempstead residential and commercial waste, as well as Brookhaven residential waste. We have the Huntington Smithtown facility that takes Huntington residential, Smithtown residential and commercial MSW. We have the Islip resource recovery facility. That's basically taking Islip residential and some commercial. And then Babylon. Babylon facility takes both commercial and residential just from the town of Babylon. Then the black. So this is the end product, effectively. Besides the energy that's produced by the waste energy facilities, there's an ash, okay? So that ash has to go somewhere. So right now, the Hempstead, the Huntington Smithtown, and Islip ash are all going to the Brookhaven landfill. The Babylon ash goes to the Babylon's own monofill in their town. And then the gold. The gold is off-island waste. So this is the city of Glen Cove, the city of Long Beach, Oyster Bay commercial and residential, Huntington commercial, Brookhaven commercial, most of Islip commercial. And if you look at the East End, for the most part, that waste is being trucked off Long Island in the bales I talked about by commercial enterprise, except for Southold, which I believe still has their deal with the town of Babylon to bring some residential waste to the town of Babylon. So let's talk a little bit about the Waste Reduction and Management Institute and the grant opportunity that Paul had mentioned earlier on what we're doing and hopefully how we're going to do it. So about WRMI, I love this name. That's fine. WRMI, created by the state legislature, one of the many mission-oriented institutes at SoMAS in the University of Stony Brook. And it was established to create an understanding of our waste stream, and frankly, send that message of our responsibility to be managing that waste environmentally sound and economically sound ways. And so what you'll see, the link between WRMI and this grant is to really identify and foster policy and action. And I'll give you some of the priorities connected to that action. Where am I? About the grant. Good. So the grant, assess regional solid waste management practice and priorities, develop a comprehensive regional plan. So the point of this is we have a DEC statewide management plan, and it's useful and it's effective in terms of getting the statewide picture. But what we're trying to do here is recognize and come up with identifying issues and solutions to the unique problems that we faced on Long Island, some of which I've already identified. So we're going to develop strategy and action items to achieve goals after we've established those goals. The key function or focus of the grant are waste to energy facilities, as I explained the importance of the waste to energy facilities, waste ash reduction and management, construction and demolition debris management, transportation of waste off Long Island, and overlaying this whole thing really is recycling. To the extent that we can minimize the amount of waste through recycling, through organic processing and composting or anaerobic digestion. That's just less waste we either have to send to the waste energy facilities or off of Long Island. So the grant is $250,000, and we thank the state very much for that. It's not really a lot of money. We're hoping to use that money effectively and create some kind of reoccurring funding for this mission. So this plan that we developed can be a dynamic plan. We see what's effective. We get feedback on how we can make that more effective. The grant from the state comes through the DEC. So as I said earlier, DEC is our partner in terms of developing this information and the plan going forward. I'm the interim director of the Institute, and I want to thank Caitlin every day for her work in really administrating the work of the Institute and, of course, helping with projects like today. We've established a project management team which is made up of county, town, industry, and consultant leaders, many of whom are in the audience today, and I thank them for their time already and look forward to continuing work. And then a lot of the work past the management team is these technical working groups. And we've had several meetings. We're still offering positions for people to participate on our technical working groups because the work is ongoing. And again, government representatives, consultants, industry, and other stakeholders. So the technical work groups are really going to do the really hard work here, compiling and assessing the information and data of existing conditions. Again, we have the state plan, but that was based on data from 2018. We're looking to try to update a lot of that data for Long Island to more recent data, and then developing and support the goals and formulating those action items that I mentioned earlier. And we want to thank, as Mike had mentioned earlier, the leadership of County Executive Ed Romaine in creating the collaboration. The county has traditionally had little or nothing to do with solid waste, but County Executive Romaine, as Supervisor Brookhaven, clearly was a leader on the issues that we're working with and continues to be in his position as the county executive. The other important feature of the work is the work with the Town Supervisors Association, led by Supervisor Rich Schaefer from Babylon. So the reason why this is important is because just about all of the towns are really in one way or another relating to the waste to energy facilities. So when I talked about, and you'll hear more about the challenges of the waste to energy facilities, those issues are very important to our supervisors because they're relying on waste to energy facilities, as I said, Hempstead, North Hempstead, Huntington, Smithtown, Babylon, Brookhaven. And that's an important feature, of course, to take care of these issues for their constituency. So just give you some idea of some of the preliminary strategies or concepts that we're working with in terms of the plan. A preview of some of the goals. Call to action. This is always important. Our gathering here today is still part of that call to action. We want to create more awareness, the education that I've talked about, and we want to establish the continuing connectivity with people in this room and the other stakeholders that I talked about so we can get to that collaboration, which we know is very complicated and difficult on Long Island. Push for zero waste. So everybody would say, so that's still an aspirational goal, but it's got to be the target because everything I said about handling the amount of waste that I talked about, if we had less waste and we were doing more recycling and we were managing organic waste, we'd get closer to that target, be more environmentally sound, and I'm imagining even more economic to us. Another issue, increased reuse and recycling, residential and commercial recycling. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lack of participation. I don't think it's only my street, but maybe half of my street actually puts out curbside recycling. Everybody should be putting out curbside recycling. And at some point in the game, we're going to look at more collection, if certainly facilities for organics, which is the next feature, including food scraps and organics. So there's a law that says large generators, and they're listed on the state DEC website of who is supposed to, by law, be composting or sending organic waste to an anaerobic digester. We don't have any facilities on Long Island, so it's not happening. So it's a law that creates food donation, but it's a law that's supposed to provide that food scraps requirement. You're going to hear some more about that later as well. Waste to energy ash. So key here is working with the waste energy facilities and the towns who are relying on the waste energy facilities so we can develop some form of beneficial use for this ash. And that's still in the works, and I'm sure you're going to hear a little bit about that later as well. Again, as I mentioned, securing the availability of these waste to energy facilities, they are crucial. Consider this. If they're already handling 5,000 tons of MSW, which I think is about the number, and there are days when we're shipping 3,000 to 4,000 or more tons a day off by truck, okay? If we didn't have the waste to energy facilities, I'm just not sure there's enough trucks or space on the roadway to handle another 5,000 tons. So I think everybody has to realize how important they are in terms of that waste management program for Long Island, for sure, and other places as well. Establish a robust and redundant freight transportation system. I've mentioned this a few times, what our challenges are, okay? We're going to have to really do better on potentially better trucks, more environmentally sound trucks, less trucks, rail. So we're presently shipping out about 700,000 tons a year of construction and demolition debris. That's going to out-of-state landfills. At some point in the game, imagining we're going to ship MSW by rail as well. But as I mentioned, the constraint is we're dealing with passenger service, and they claim they're the largest passenger line in the United States. And there's a lot of effort that goes in to create those windows and work with New York and Atlantic, who's the freight rail enterprise for the Long Island Railroad, MTA, to get freight rail through. And also, one of the issues that we faced recently is New York State has unfortunately decided that they want to be in the regulation business of railroads. That is clearly a federal area. And so the law was passed, it's being challenged in courts, and we're going to follow that very closely. We don't need another layer of regulations. We need to work to make it happen. And finally, barge. I know many in the room are going to say, oh, remember that barge story? We all remember that barge story. But you know what? The reality is we're an island, and there may be an option for barge. Of course, it takes a lot of work. Where's it going to leave, and where's it going to go to? Are there barge-served landfills? So we're going to take a look as, again, creating that robust transportation system for the municipal solid waste, as well as further amounts of the construction demolition debris, because we just don't have the space on Long Island. As an example, the construction and demolition debris. When the Brookhaven landfill closed to construction and demolition debris at the end of this year, we've been shipping out more by rail, and an enormous amount of that C&D is also going to the last remaining landfill on Long Island that handles construction and demolition debris, and that's right over here in Melville. So it's either going to that landfill or it's getting shipped off of Long Island by rail. I think we at least have one enterprise on Long Island that's actually, after recycling this items out of the C&D, it's crushing the C&D, and then also putting it in those bales that I talked about of how we ship MSW, and that's going to an out-of-state landfill. So again, ending on that, the transportation feature is extremely important to us. So that's all I have for now. I covered a lot of ground. I'll take some questions. And I also want to say, whatever questions I don't answer or the other speakers don't answer, we've set up a specific email address for WRMI. So I would ask you to send comments or questions, and we'll do our best to respond.
Questions? Anybody? Dr. Shepson.
I just want to make sure that we raise the issue of minimization of our plastic waste. We live in a culture where almost everyone buys water for drinking, little plastic bottle that it's designed to last in the environment forever. The little particles, nanoparticles of plastic are in your brain, in your blood, in everything that we eat. And yet everyone pays good money to buy water in a little bottle. We just have to completely change the culture where it's totally taboo. Nobody ever does that. No office says, would you like some water? And they hand you like an 8-ounce bottle. mean, this is partly an issue for WRMI and Stony Brook University. But given the issues of plastic material in the environment and again, everything that we eat, this is a crisis. We need to solve it, and it's really about changing the culture. People need to be made to feel foolish. You would spend you've got nice potable tap water. Why would you do that? But yet people feel like they're healthier if they go to the store and buy a little plastic bottle.
Thank you, Paul.
Anybody else?
We also have a bit of a challenge with the commitment of the county executive is for zero waste, not just for Suffolk, but for all of Long Island. And in technically for zero waste, we can't have WTEs also. Incineration is just not acceptable. So to me, it would be really important. I'd like to see a timeline for, we visited ReWorld the other day. My first question is, when we get to zero waste, because they are committed to helping with that, where's your business plan? So, on a broader scale, I think we should be looking at some timeline to phase things out. We don't want to lose the money from the WTEs, but also we'd like to get to zero waste. And some of those details are missing, how we're going to do that.
Thank you, Karen.
So maybe I'll join one of the committees and give up kayaking.
Absolutely. Don't give up kayaking. But I want to say a little bit about that too. One of the important things that I was trying to allude to this in waste energy facilities, if we could, as I said, combine that more recycling and pull the organics out. So we're dealing with that waste stream and we're minimizing that waste stream. And the waste energy facilities would use, like landfills, we can't do anything else with this, but we keep trying. What we'd like to see is like the majority of states in the United States and the federal government consider waste energy facilities as a renewable resource of energy. But we have to do that first part first.
Michael, is the scope of work include biosolids management and disposition?
No. Maybe sometime in the future, but not for Nassau and Suffolk anyway.
Who's back in there? I got a hand right. Yep. Yep, there you are. Yeah.
Will the Institute continue, other than making the report and recommendations, to actually facilitating some of the communications? For instance, you can reduce a lot of waste by letting people know about opportunities. But so will you continue to kind of almost be a messenger in the future?
Absolutely. And I think that's a key function that we have to emphasize. And so for people like yourself who understand that, we invite you to be part of that. As I said, number one, and this is our first phase of working with the DEC, is create the education and awareness and then work on everybody for solutions. But you're absolutely correct. And we will continue that as part of the plan.
Yeah.
I had a question about the composting. You said there was recycling facilities, there was garbage, we're gonna go composting. Is there anything we can get, like in the city, they actually have composting set up so that everybody can bring it to a composting station? There's something like that we can do in Long Island?
Yeah, in fact, maybe I misspoke too radically there. There are composting, but it's kind of a voluntary. You'll hear from Marjorie Spitz later on sort of a groundswell movement on the Long Island Organics Initiative is to create that awareness that we've been talking about. And also some of the facilities, I think at least 3 towns have worked with that initiative to create composting facilities. So yeah, we need to have those. And again, from the biggest generators of organics, the generators that are covered under that food donation and food scraps law, we need a couple of major facilities to deal with that, whether it be composting or anaerobic digestion. So that's, I think, now coming to the fore, particularly for the group that you're going to hear about a little while later.
Stores do a lot of waste. They literally don't even, the employees just take garbage home. They'd rather throw it away. you mentioned like a public-private partnership, possible private businesses can help not waste things.
Yeah, in fact, most of the supermarkets that you're probably talking about would be covered under this law, but they're not doing it because there's no facility within the radius that the law handles. So we need to have those facilities. And yeah, I'm positive it's going to be some form of public partnership, whether it be through financing, siting, working with the community and stakeholders. So yeah, that's the way solid waste and recycling has been handled. We're going to move into that organics as well. And you'll hear again more about that and a specific facility as well.
Yes.
Well, just want to, someone who worked on that law, I think it's important to know that the legislation did two things. One was, say that the food scraps need to go to a anaerobic digester, but also that food waste, such as with grocery stores, can and are mandated, as Celeste had shaping, to go to food pantries and other entities like that. And that is working quite successfully, and is a big win. And I know we're gonna hear later about an anaerobic digester, so when the law was written and passed, you'd hope the anaerobic digester would be open sooner, but you know, government being what it is with permits, it's not. So I just wanna put it out there, it's not like this needless law was passed. It was passed to do both things. One is being implemented and done so successfully, and the other half will soon be implemented, and I believe will be implemented successfully as well.
I absolutely agree, Adrian. I'm glad you brought that up. The food donation is working and we want to see more of that. But I think we've got to get to the other half as well, because there's this decision every day as well, what can really go to the donations and what's got to be gone. But I thank you for bringing that forward as well and your work on that law.
Longer.
Just another quick comment on the other half of the food waste management should be encouraging homeowners to reuse food scraps on their own property, which would take away, I mean, that's, take away even the transportation disposal and the size of the facilities that are needed. Obviously, you need facilities for commercial generators, but homeowners, if you have the property and are able to use it for planting and so forth, that's something that hopefully gets built into the management plan.
Absolutely correct. And my wife's a big gardener. I have two of those facilities in my backyard. At one point, I think the county executive was suggesting buying one of those for everybody. So you're right. And you'll hear about that as part of this Long Island Organics initiative, creating that awareness. You can do it at home, and then there will be these drop-off areas. But absolutely right. That is a very good alternative. And we don't want to be transporting more waste. Larger generators, that might be different, but for homeowners, I think you're right in suggesting that's an option.
You had a question.
Just to, go off what she was saying with the businesses being mandated to compost. I was doing some research and I was actually pleasantly surprised to find out that a lot of businesses are voluntarily seeking out companies such as a company called Natural Upcycling, with a garbage compactor, but all the food scraps go to their anaerobic digesters, which are located up in New York, and other companies such as Panera giving their leftovers from the night to food pantries. So it is good to see voluntary cooperation for being managed.
That's right, and I appreciate that. But I also go back and say, it probably costs $30-40 a ton to ship something off Long Island. So, and we're creating another carbon footprint. So I like that that's going on, and we should continue that until we kind of get our own feet in the game here on Long Island and Nassau County. But I think what's important about you said is that there's an awareness of how important this is. I think that's the most important part of that message.
Is there a time frame imagined for when they will stop mixing the toxic ash with the bottom that will allow theoretically the massive amount of ash that is now being moved all around, stored, and be utilized as a material used in industry? Is that time frame in any way thought of? I'm sure it has, because they've done it in Europe, but, whether or not it's being thought of here, let alone actually implemented. Is there any place in the country, in this country, that actually does that?
I think we can,
That's
our next
another-
speakers are going to say about that. Okay, well, it's, we're out of time. And, I guess the next speaker, is me.
Yes.
Um,
This is Mike Cahill. He's the chair of FIP. So we're going to have Mike Cahill as well as Dawn Harmon from Reworld. So they've coordinated their presentation, and Mike, you're up.
Okay,
So I need you to do me a favor and try and speak into the mic as much as possible so everyone can hear you.
do that.
Or just be real loud.
Okay.
And
How
then
do I change the
you're gonna
channel
do the
here?
arrows. And then when it comes to questions, if we can repeat the question up here, that'll help everyone be able
Okay.
to hear.
Okay, well, I am an attorney that's been working with local governments for most of my entire career. And I represent now the towns of Islip and Smithtown and Brookhaven and Oyster Bay on various matters relating to solid waste. But whatever I'm saying here is not to be attributed to them. This is my observations about where we are and where we're going. And I guess I want to start off with that guy. You remember him? I mean, maybe some of you guys don't. But I was involved in this one at the beginning. And this was a choice. It was a battle. This was a choice about, do we dispose of our waste locally or do we export it out to somebody else's backyard? This guy was a flashpoint. This barge ultimately changed solid waste. Before this barge, there were 600 curbside collection programs for recyclables in the United States, the entire country. Within 5 years of this barge, there were 10,000. It changed the game altogether. But we're looking at it again. That's what we've got a stark choice. We had a stark choice then and a stark choice now. Do we stay with waste energy or in the system we've got and modify it, or do we give it up and slide back into export? You'll see on the boat there next to the barge, that is the Break of Dawn. That was the name of the tugboat, a plucky little tugboat that dragged that big barge around the East Coast and into the Gulf of Mexico. And the skipper of that barge was named Duffy St. Pierre. And Duffy was a very, very unflappable sailor. For all of the grief he got for captaining this boat as it dragged that tug from one place to another, he never had a harsh word for anybody. And he was probably the only person in this whole saga who didn't have a harsh word for somebody along the way. What the troubles that Duffy had started when he left Long Island City. He took that barge down to Morehead, North Carolina, Morehead City, and they saw him coming into the harbor, passed a law, turned him around, and sent him back out again. Then Duffy became famous literally overnight when Johnny Carson reported that story in his opening monologue in The Tonight Show. If you remember Johnny, Johnny would get, on a Tuesday night, he would get 18 million people watching his show. Today, Colbert and Kimmel and those guys, if they get 2 million people watching them, they're thrilled. But in '87, you didn't go to bed until you heard the monologue. Duffy woke up the next day, a national celebrity. Okay. After that, of course, he went to Mississippi. The governor called out the National Guard to turn him around as soon as he stuck his nose up the Mississippi River. He left there, he went around, tried to go sail by Mexico. The Air Force strafed him, or at least buzzed him as close as possible. He got down to Belize, and the Navy, the Belize Navy, which was not a significant force, but a good enough to get him to turn around and come back north. And he finally ended up in probably the most hostile place of all, Brooklyn. That barge got unloaded by Marty Ballou. You may not know this, but but we were in court in Brooklyn to get to argue about an injunction. The city, the borough of Queens and the borough of Brooklyn didn't even want that stuff driven across the streets. But we ended up with a compromise finally, and the barge was incinerated in Brooklyn, and its ash was hauled and landfilled in Islip. Now, I'm not suggesting that we're going to see another barge, lonesome barge wandering here and there, or even a lonesome truck wandering here and there. But our garbage might find its way to some of the ports of call that the barge attempted to get into. We are faced with choices, and this is just reality. Back in '87, we had most of the same facts to deal with. 3 million people, we had 3+ million tons of MSW every year. We have 1 million tons of C&D every year. We have a sole source aquifer. We have MSW landfills completely banned. And we have road and rail congestion, making it difficult to move waste if we decided to go in that direction. In 1987, the problem was started because we had unlined landfills all across the country. RECLA in 1976 said, close them down, close them all. In the state of New York, there were 1,500 that had to be closed. There were 40 on Long Island that were closed, but all the operating ones had to close. And we knew in the beginning of '87 that landfilling on Long Island was done. And we had to do something about it. Do we go and continue to fulfill those contracts we had signed to build waste energy? We ultimately did. And we ended up still at that point able to dispose of our waste locally and not rely on somebody else across the river. And in '87, we came up with a 40-year solution, more or less. Was it anybody in particular's idea? Did we end up with was there a mastermind behind all this? No. Every interest ended up in a compromise. We settled out with what we ended up with. The 1988 New York State Solid Waste Management Plan called for 37 new waste energy facilities. There were 10 built. 4 of those are on Long Island. Right now, as built and as they've been operating for these 30-some years, they handle 1.75 million tons of waste MSW every single year. That amounts to 60% or so of Long Island's total MSW stream, and it's a solid 70% of all of the residential waste that we generate on Long Island. The remaining 40%, as Mike said, it's off on the highway, and it leaves at that right now by truck, 20 tons at a time. 40% of 1.75 million, 40% of 3 million is a lot. And in '87, we didn't have an answer for ash immediately. Brookhaven stepped up. Brookhaven built its landfill and opened it up to the region. It became really the first regional facility to accept all of the construction debris that was generated on Long Island. And all of the ash, except for the town of Babylon's ash, that was generated by those four waste to energy facilities. And it's '87, so we don't know if we're going to get those things built, but we did. We don't know how we're going to move those who have to export it, how we're going to get it off the island, where it's going to go. In the '80s, We had no idea. The idea of a transfer station and a long haul truck trip for a load of garbage just didn't exist until the DEC had its way with Oyster Bay. They denied Oyster Bay's application to extend the life of its landfill until they built a waste energy plant. And they said, export, send it off. It's feasible. Do it. You have to. Oyster Bay did. They sent it off. The prices were ridiculous. Went up 3 or 4 times what people had been paying before. That was what started the barge when Islip said, no, we're not going to ship it. And we're going to continue to litigate with you, losing every day, losing all the way, until we had some court we hoped would say, stop, let's be real, compromise. We continued to litigate. We said to the commercial community, our primary obligation isn't to you. Our primary obligation is to our residents. We provide collection service for them. We send the trucks to their house every day. Right now, as Michael might have mentioned, but everybody here knows, on Long Island, we send a garbage truck to every residence about 190 times a year. 2 garbage collections, a recyclables collection, 28 or so yard waste collections, an electronics collection, and a bulk waste collections to everybody. That is our responsibility as local governments. Once we collect it, we've got to take it somewhere. And in the 90s, we were rescued in a way by the private sector. Very resilient bunch of people there, very ingenious. We saw the garbage industry change itself from a very, very local, very isolated, small business collection arrangement to a large corporate, multi-state, big company, landfill integrated management, integrated system. They would collect it, they would build a landfill somewhere to take it, and then they would ship it. And we developed all sorts of good stuff in how to move garbage from one place to another. Sending out a truck out for a 200-mile trip became not the exception, but the rule. So off we went with long-haul disposal and new landfills that were just popping up, a lot on the East Coast, a lot designed to handle Long Island. We were always the target. Everybody thought we didn't know what we were going to do, and we were likely customers. But we weren't the only customers. We've seen lots and lots and lots of changes in the municipal attitudes towards waste. In Massachusetts, the state there banned landfills. So Boston's waste, they didn't get rid of the waste. They just banned the landfill. The Boston's waste now goes to Alabama. That's what's happened out there. And this is a map that I stole from one of Marty's presentations. This is a map of all of Long Island's 40 closed landfills. It looks kind of like somebody's been littering all over the island. But you build a landfill, you use a landfill, you close it, but it doesn't disappear. It's still there. It's still there. We all know what they are. But we don't really care. We don't really know where they are. If we look around the state, this is another map that I drew from the state's website for the inactive landfill initiative. That's something that's going on out there now. This is in the state of New York, including Long Island, there are 1,957 closed landfills. Some very, very tiny, some medium, some large. Each one of them is being tested one at a time to see if there is any release of PFAS, the other, one of the forever chemicals, that's coming out of those landfills and, you know, impacting local groundwater. The little X's in the map show, in the original it's in color, but they show those sites where the PFAS, if PFAS is detected down gradient of the landfill, whether it's below 10 parts per trillion or above 10 parts per trillion. As you can see, Long Island's got more than 40 that are being tested. So it's something like 58, I think, that the DEC is looking at. Now, what happens with PFAS? We don't know yet. Are those landfills and those local governments that own those landfills, are they going to be responsible for the cleanup? We don't know. The research is still going on, and the policy hasn't been set yet. But because a landfill never disappears and the municipality still owns it, which is the case in almost everywhere, everybody's got 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, depending on how old they are. But if you own it under CERCLA, you're the polluter, you pay. If the DEC elects to enforce or address the PFAS problem with CERCLA, anybody who's got a landfill is in the crosshairs. And will that be the way we do it? Don't know. The government may rethink the plan for PFAS but the only weapon that the government has, the federal government, the state has for PFAS is CERCLA. And that's why, you know, PFAS chemicals are being listed as hazardous substances that have to be addressed, and standards are being set. And the decision the state has to make is, okay, well, if we're going to clean them up, to what standard are we going to do that? And who is going to pay? Because is the state going to pay? They wouldn't have to unless they affirmatively took on the job, and it's not clear that they're going to do that. So if you're looking to export waste, or if you're the world of landfills going forward, I submit to you, is not so good. In 2027, our problems, as Mike mentioned before, the waste energy facilities are older. The service agreements are coming to an end. They need to either be extended or terminated. The permits need to be extended or terminated. The facilities themselves are going to need investment by somebody to continue to operate them. And investment requires a long-term commitment and a revenue source. So municipalities with ReWorld are now trying to talk to LIPA to work on an extension of the power purchase agreements that each of these facilities has. And the revenue that is paid by LIPA, you know, for the electricity that's generated at the facilities is shared between ReWorld and the municipalities with different formulas. In Iceland, for example, we get 75% of that money until the facility reaches its warranty, or exceeds its warranty on the amount of power generated, at which point the split is modified to 50-50. Huntington gets 90% of the revenue. Babylon has another formula, but they get a fraction of it too. The only town that doesn't share directly in the revenue of a facility is Hempstead, because they are the landlord of that site. And the revenue that comes in from the electric that goes to ReWorld makes it possible for ReWorld to offer competitive disposal costs to the towns that don't host a waste energy facility, like the town of Brookhaven, the town of North Hempstead. The 70% of all the residents that are served by waste energy don't all have facilities in their jurisdiction, in their yard, but they rely on them just like everybody else does and the revenue is there to make that commitment stable. Right now, we're looking at an expiration date of Halloween in 2027, and the current rate that we're getting paid for power that's generated by the waste energy facilities has been frozen since December of 2021. And our other problem in 2027 is that the Brookhaven landfill is closing. And that means, where's the stuff that went to Brookhaven gonna go tomorrow? Right now, or at least as reported in the latest state solid waste management plan, New York State exports 38% of all of its MSW, of all of its solid waste, sorry. With the closure of Brookhaven, the Ontario County landfill, Seneca Meadows, if they close, that will, and that waste is exported, that'll increase our fraction of total New York waste to more than half. It's not a good message to send to our neighbors next door. New York City is the big dog in the export market. It dominates the regional export market for landfill capacity. It's got contracts with landfills as close to the city with as the shortest driving distance as they can manage. And their capacity is kind of locked in. So they spend a lot, but they send it to all sorts of places, a dozen at least, around the East Coast and in New York. There's a lot that goes to Seneca Meadows. If Seneca Meadows closes, it's probably about 700,000 tons of city waste that's going to have to find a new home. Ontario County is an interesting situation. Ontario is operated now by Casella Waste. Casella, was a company that was born in Vermont and expanded into New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Maine, and into New York. It's a family-owned company. And they don't own a landfill, but they lease them. What Casella did with Ontario about 15 years ago, they signed a lease with the county to operate the landfill and guarantee a low fee for disposal to Ontario. And then but they also got the right to expand the capacity of the landfill, the day-to-day. The tonnage comes in every year. So they were able to send and redirect all of their customers to Ontario if there wasn't anything, more available within a short distance. But Ontario went from maybe 75,000 tons a year to 1 million tons a year. And it was operated, it's been 15 years. That's as long as it lasted. Ontario decided that's enough, we're closing. Now they've got their own waste that they're going to have to send somewhere, but Casella's got there looking for some other place to take theirs. There's a lot of New York counties that still have landfills upstate. And a lot of them have capacity if they continue to take waste at their current rate, which is only their own waste, for 100 years. Madison County is an example. Madison has a landfill with a capacity for 120 years. They've got 50,000 people in it. Okay, that's Bayshore. But that's the county, 50,000. They got 50,000 people, they got 50,000 tons of waste. They operate it and they don't take in anybody else's waste. Can they afford to do that? Not so much. Not so much. They still have to have all the equipment. They still have to do all the testing. They still have to deal with PFAS. They still have to deal with every cost element in managing solid waste. And they thought about putting their landfill up. I represented them for an RFP. They put an RFP out asking for interest from private facilities, private companies, if they would make a proposal to lease the landfill and guarantee the county a rate and tell them how much they would be able to increased the capacity of the landfill from 50,000 tons a year, I think the permit said 60,000, to something else in the vicinity of 300,000. They got a lot of interest from Casella, and they got a lot of interest from Waste Management. They negotiated a contract with Casella and then bailed on the last minute. Last county legislature meeting of the year, they punted. The legislature had changed over in the recent election, and that's dead. That led to now they've still now they're still taking their 100,000, their 50,000, but there isn't any plan. But it just shows you that the big companies are interested in stuff like that. They want those opportunities because it's very, very, very difficult to build anything new. The last new landfill, a new site that was built in the state of New York was built by the Oneida Herkimer Solid Waste Management Authority after 12 years of site selection, permitting, and construction. They began working on that in 1995. 94, the landfill finally opened up in 2006 in December, shortly before they went to the Supreme Court to be able to defend their flow control law. They won that, and they can still charge their own residents what it costs to operate the facility. But they do not take anybody else's waste. That is Oneida Herkimer's waste, landfill, and theirs alone. And what's happening out there in the world is that there's a lot of opposition to permit renewals and to expansions. And the landfills that were built in the early 90s in Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, for the new quote unquote mega landfills that the private sector developed to handle all of the waste from all of the places that didn't want to keep it are now getting full. Some of them are going to reach their capacity without the ability to expand. Some of them are going to make applications to expand the landfill and build a new cell or a new phase and keep operating for a period of years at a certain rate. But like Ontario, you jump from 75,000 to 1 million tons if that's what happens. And those facilities, however ingenious the private sector is, are now facing renewed local opposition. In New York, we have the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, which is the statute that where we've identified disadvantaged communities, and they are given priority so that whatever application might be pending before the government, before the DEC, including just a renewal, has to be to satisfy no increased injury to any disadvantaged community. Not every state has it like that, has a statute like that, but they still have the same opposition. So permit renewals that were once considered slam dunks are not so much anymore. And when a big one closes, you've got a lot of new trucks on the road, and they're all looking for a place to go. So if all of our waste energy plants close tomorrow, and we put all that stuff on the road, as Mike said, we might not even be able to get it off the island in terms of the trucks that are required or the rail cars. But if we are going to send it out, it's going to go to someplace well beyond the ring of landfills that are being used by New York City. We're going to have to go farther. Our costs are going to be that much higher. And if we're ever in a bidding war for landfill capacity with the city of New York, we are not going to win that. New York City may be in the most perilous position of any of the municipalities in New York. They've got 8 million people. every ounce of garbage that they generate gets sent out that isn't recycled. They're making a lot of progress, or they hope to be, with their organics system that they've put in at Staten Island, and they've got a mandatory collection for food waste. But let's not lose sight of reality. With all due respect to Paul, we're not going to change the culture. I don't want them to. I don't want to try to change the culture. It's not going to happen. Are we going to have zero waste? No, we're not. Get used to it. People are people. The problem we've got is our citizens. Most people don't know or care what happens to their waste after it leaves the curb. Put that stuff out on the curb. If the can is empty when you come home, congratulations. Great job, guys. Where to go? I don't know. You ask people, where is the waste energy facility in your community? They don't know. It doesn't bother them. Do waste energy facilities get complaints? No, they don't. Been operating here for 30 years. Nobody knows who they are or what they do. They're the only technology that's been established and is reliable. And I stress reliable because we cannot live on experimental facilities. I would never recommend any municipality be the first guy on the block to build a new magic facility. It's got to be reliable. It's got to be something you can depend on. It's got to be done now. This isn't any time for foolery. Our contracts are running out. We've got to make decisions. We've got to make investments. We need, for waste energy, a new long-term commitment by the towns, by ReWorld, and by LIPA to continue this partnership we've established and limit our export to the essentials. We are going to need landfills. There are some stuff you've got to landfill. And that stuff has got to be moved out because it's not going to be landfilled here. And what's necessary is that kind of commitment and a dose of reality. It would be lovely if everybody behaved better. It would be lovely if we could all recycle and we all, 2 minutes, huh? If it wasn't for people, we wouldn't have any problems at all. Okay. And it's compatible with source separation and local collection practices. And as our next speaker will be discussing, there are some answers for ash. This is the 13 towns, we've got. If you look at this, each one of them is a planning unit. Each one of them has got its own power and its own responsibility to manage basic public sanitation. But it's too late for us to work on this one town at a time. That's why we've got a regional plan. That's why we've got all 13 supervisors of all of the towns able to get together and write a letter to the governor saying, Governor, please help us get our new contract with LIPA. And that's all I've got. So what we'll do. Okay, well, what we'll do now, I think I'm going to ask Dawn Harmon to come up. And Dawn's intro. Okay, Dawn is she's a CPA. She's the market area director at ReWorld, and she is responsible for annual commercial budgets, contracts, logistics, project and business development, and government and customer relations. She's a board member of the LIA, co-chair of the Energy and Environmental Committee for the Long Island Association. But Dawn has been instrumental in getting the cooperation from ReWorld that we need to balance out the troubles that we have and they have. And I will ask Dawn to step up and describe what ReWorld's doing with ash and what other technological, what's the future of waste energy?
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here today. Before we get started, let me see if I can change the slide. How do we change the slide, Mike?
Here's the mic.
You want to make sure you're speaking as much as possible into here. Nope, down here, sorry. This keyboard.
Oh, okay.
I know it's too short for every.
All right, I'll yell. Is that better?
Yeah.
All right, before I get started, I want to just talk briefly about the evolution that our company has undergone in the last few years. In 2021, we were acquired by a company called EQT, and EQT is a global investment company whose core business value is sustainability. And so we went on a journey from 2021 to today where we acquired several business lines that complemented our goal to provide sort of that one-stop stop shopping, zero waste to landfill solution that our customers are looking for. And for example, if you look in the bottom middle of the slide, we have a business line called Redrop, where we manage wastewater solutions and recycle and repurpose about 280 million gallons of water every year. Another business line is our Redirect 360, which is a zero waste to landfill solutions line. And that's where our waste to energy, or our TTF facilities, which is what we call them now, reside. And we process about 20 million tons of waste every year across the country, generating about enough power for 1 million homes, and recycle about 500,000 tons of metal currently at our facilities, which is the equivalent of about 5 Golden Gate bridges. Now, oops, wrong keyboard. Too many keyboards up here. There we go. So I want to add on to Mike's discussion about the waste to energy technology and where we've come. I want to do that in 2 parts. This slide we presented to one of our clients, one of our municipal clients recently, that was interested in providing a full spectrum of waste solutions for their community. And you can see that there, all those little, it's probably hard to see, but in the middle of the slide, all the little icons provide sort of a demonstration of the technologies that are available today, starting with on the left, where you have advanced mass burn waste to energy facility with advanced metal recovery, and moving all the way to the right, where you add pre-sorting of, for instance, food waste at the beginning of the process, utilizing waste to energy technology, metal recovery, carbonization, which I'll get into in a little bit, then anaerobic digestion, composting, sorting and recycling, and finally carbon capture. So based on the needs of the community, our municipalities are starting to really look at the full spectrum of service offerings. And as part of that, the eco park version, I guess, is becoming a larger and larger consideration for the municipalities. Now, just in speaking about the waste to energy technology, our facilities on the island are over 30 years old. They are world-class facilities even today, with greater, like 92% availability is world-class. For instance, our facilities operate at 95% or better availability. So we, and as new technologies become available, we add them as we can to our facilities. And in most cases, especially with around emission systems, et cetera, we have bolt-on capabilities. But I just want to talk about some of the advancements over the last 30 years. One of the things that we measure is what we call energy to electricity conversion factor. So energy in, electricity out, or energy out. So imagine when you put fuel in your car, fuel is energy, and then maybe you get 8 miles to the gallon, 20 miles to the gallon, that's your output. So our older facilities operate at 100% fuel in, which is the waste, equal about 18 to 20% energy. I'm sorry, 18 to 22% energy output. Where a new facility that is being built in 2025, that energy output is around 30%. So it's a huge improvement in efficiencies gained. Other new shiny technologies are automated cranes. Our crane operations are a critical component of our facility because it's the last stop before entering or putting the fuel into our boilers. So we have to make sure that the fuel is well mixed and homogenized to create operating efficiencies, and make sure that no big telephone pole or a safe goes into the boilers that will wreck the equipment. So automated cranes are a great way to sort of protect, to optimize the fuel going in and to protect the equipment. Fire suppression equipment, which is becoming more and more critical with lithium, the introduction of lithium batteries into the waste. People still, and when we talk about education, lithium batteries cannot go into the waste stream. The fire hazards are tremendous, which makes advanced fire detection and suppression systems critical. Other things like emissions technologies. As emissions technologies emerge, we install them in our facilities to the best of our ability. And it's sort of, we operate emissions-wise, we operate well below our permits. And what happens is, as new technologies emerge, we continue to get better and better at emissions, and then the legislators respond accordingly and sort of keep up with that best available technology. So as technologies emerge, emissions get better, regulations begin to keep up with that new technology. Some of the new technologies that we're seeing now are bag houses. We installed bag houses in all but I think one of our facilities, which we're working on now. But the bag houses currently have the flue gas passes through the bag houses. There are these high-tech cloth bags that capture emissions before the flue gas goes out of the stack. Well, the current technology allows for one pass, a single pass of the flue gas, where they now have bag houses that allow for recirculation of that flue gas, so that that improves not only operating efficiency but also emissions. And another technology that's out there is called SCR, selective catalytic removal, right? And there's SNCR, which is non-catalytic removal, which utilizes a reagent to remove NOx from the system. And then there's also catalytic removal, which is like a catalytic equipment on your car. And those kinds of technologies that I'm talking about are standard in these new facilities. So there's a lot of efficiencies out there that are coming along with new facilities being built. I love this picture. This is Dublin Island facility that we helped build. It's been in operation since 2017, processes 600,000 tons per year. It's a sort of like that new agey kind of space look. And as you can see, it's well accepted across the world that these facilities are safe for humans to be around. And so it's right there in the city where the waste is being generated. So that creates efficiency to be near the waste streams. I like this one in Copenhagen. There's a ski hill, there is a climbing wall, and let me see what the other thing is. A hiking trail on the roof of the facility, and families go and spend the day skiing on the top of the waste energy facility in Copenhagen. Very cool. All right, another initiative within our Redirect 360 business line is the metals and ash processing, which I'm going to get into in more detail because there's a lot going on in this area. Now, Reworld processes about 20 million tons of waste every year. That generates about 5 million tons of ash residue. The processing, well, an interesting fact, let me tell you this. We throw away, of all the waste that we throw away, about 11% is metal. It's nickel, money, coins, quarters, nickels, dimes, copper, brass, ferrous metal, which is the kind you pick up with a magnet, and then non-ferrous metal. So there's a tremendous opportunity to extract that material from the waste and reuse it, which prevents or mitigates the need to go mine for that material. Now, a little bit about the history of where we got to, how we got to where we are today. We've spent the last over a decade studying physical and chemical properties of waste to energy ash. We know that there's value in it, and we've studied ways to extract that value. And by extracting the material from the ash, we can then increase our landfill diversion rates and get closer to that circular economy, that zero waste to landfill goal that we all have. So we began in 2012, and for about 5 years, we installed 60 metal recovery projects across the fleet. Now, we already had a lot of metal recovery projects in operation. We added 60 more. But even after the installation of the systems, we knew that there was still metal remaining in the ash. And we also knew that the remaining material contained particles of ceramics and glass, slag, and rock, and that those materials could also be reused. So in 2015, we just constructed a pilot plan to process the ash and recover the metal and the aggregate. And we went ahead and tested all of those materials that we extracted as well as the waste that remained, and determined through our TCLP testing that all of this was non-hazardous. So based on the success of that test, we applied for a permit, a beneficial reuse permit in the state of Pennsylvania. And that was in 2016. So while we were waiting for the permit to come back, which it was approved in 2018, but while we were waiting, we gathered up the aggregate and we sent it to multiple universities for further testing. And we wanted to see more testing on the properties of the ash, as well as to determine whether that aggregate would be viable for use in construction and asphalt applications. And what we found was indeed that aggregate was a viable alternative to virgin aggregate, which meant you don't have to go mine for the aggregate because we can replace it with this secondary material. So when we received the permit in 2018 from the DEP, we proceeded to build the first total ash processing facility in the United States in Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. And for about 2 years, we processed combined ash using a wet system. And these two are important facts to remember to talk about in a little bit. What we were able to achieve there, we extracted aggregate, clean aggregate that was sold to a local asphalt producer and who used that aggregate to make asphalt and sold about 133,000 tons of asphalt into the local market. We also were able to recover quite a bit of ferrous and non-ferrous metal. And so the whole operation was very successful. But what we found was two things. The combined ash that we were using was a little bit sticky, which prevented recovery of some materials we knew we could get at if the ash wasn't so sticky. The second thing was that the water that we needed in the process was pretty hard on the equipment. So we were never able to scale up that operation. We had been treating the ash for about 3 facilities. in the region, but we have almost 40 facilities, and we knew that we needed to scale up that operation so we could process more volume and support more of that landfill diversion that we were looking for. So in 2022, we hit the pause button on the operation in Fairless Hills, and we initiated a TAPS proof of concept testing program. Now, this is the operation in Fairless Hills. The top right is a picture of the facility operation. The lower left is a picture of the metal that we recovered at the facility. And the lower right is a picture of the aggregate that we recovered for reuse in asphalt. Now, this is a picture of the new technology. But before we get there, let me explain about ash. Ash has two components to it. If you think about a fireplace and you think about the ash that sits on the grate, that's the heavy ash that falls to the ground. That's called bottom ash. But if you look closely into the flames, there's the little particles of ash that are sort of flying around in the flames, and ergo fly ash. So the ash is a mixture, or it has two components, bottom ash and fly ash. And in the United States, under our permits, we are required to combine the bottom ash and the fly ash before we send to landfill. So our whole testing, the whole processing at Fairless Hills was to address how to extract material from the combined ash. But during this new proof of concept testing, we traveled around to different countries in the world. And what we wanted to do was look at the different technologies that were already being, used. And the major differences here were that instead of using combined ash in a wet process, other countries were using bottom ash only and a dry process. So when I say dry process, that means less than 5% moisture. This is very, very low moisture content. And this method, it increased material recovery, as well as the ability to increase processing, equipment availability. So we knew that by using this technology, we could scale up to support ash from more of our facilities. So we did a full-scale proof of concept test in Fairless Hills, which is that picture. And based on the results of this proof of concept, it is expected that by processing bottom ash only, we can achieve about a 60% landfill diversion. So when you think about that 5 million tons of ash that we now produce that normally would go to landfill, we can reduce that volume by 60%. So that's a huge win. It's a huge win, particularly for the island. Now, this slide, is it going to come? Not coming. Oops. All right, my slide is missing, but that's okay. So the conclusion that we drew was that we could process bottom ash alone, extract more value, okay? I'm going to skip by that because I got the 2-minute warning. I want to go into what's happening around the world. Now, this all seems new to us, right? This is new information, great new ways to process ash. But across the world, this is old news. And this isn't just a little bit old news. This is really, really old news, like 10 to 20 years old news. And so I wanted to point out that in countries like Germany, they have very strict environmental standards. They have highly developed bottom ash processing technologies. Same in United Kingdom, and it's the usage is basically all the same. It's for road construction, concrete, etc. Italy, same thing. They use biological testing to test for toxicity. And China, now China has exploded with their waste to energy infrastructure in the last 10 years, and so they've also perfected some technology to manage their bottom ash. Okay. This is a picture of some of the materials that they create. On the right, there is material like, oh, what do you call those blocks? No. Cedar, yeah, they use, oh, sorry, just a second. Non-fire bricks, sorry, and precast blocks, roads, and road subgrade. Okay, but I wanted to get to this, fly ash stabilization. So we've managed the bottom ash. What do we do with the fly ash? Well, there's a company in the UK that has proven technology that we can utilize the fly ash, and you can see the little formula at the bottom of the photo where you add water and CO2 to create a stabilized fly ash that meets a non-hazard classification. And the reason is that the chemical reaction between the fly ash and the CO2 binds the heavy metals in the fly ash and renders it inert. So again, you can take that's step one, and then step two is to pelletize fly ash and use it as a manufactured limestone aggregate. So we do have technology now that we're utilizing to render ash inert, but in this way, we can not only render all ash inert, including the fly ash, but we can also reuse it so that we can avoid landfilling. All right.
Thank you, John. At this point, we'll take questions from anybody for either with Dawn or both, or I, or both of us. We're gonna hopefully close this down in 5 or 6 minutes because the county executive is ready to speak. Over there in the back.
Now have you still up and running? Like, what's the current state of that?
We are, so what we've done is in the state of Hawaii, we're partnering, they have a waste energy plant there that they own, we operate, and we're partnering with them to utilize this new dry technology with the bottom ash, fly ash recovery, et cetera. And we're taking it one step at a time. So we're bringing that plant to scale in partnership with Hawaii, and next stop is Fairless Hills.
Right.
Yeah.
Now the question is, how long is it gonna take for this company to activate this process across the board? Maybe you're on Long Island, especially.
Okay, well, in New York State, so we have a beneficial reuse permit in the state of Pennsylvania. We have issued, or we have applied for permits both in the state of New York and the state of Hawaii. We are working with the DEC here in the state of New York to move that permit forward. They've asked us to do some testing, we're responding. So that is moving along, but the key here is that there is no federal pathway for beneficial reuse of ash. So we're dealing with each state separately, and they have their own criteria for approvals and their own regulation pathways. So we're just taking it one state at a time. We're currently working in 4 states. Suffolk County in Florida is testing both aggregate for reuse and also ash for reuse.
But still, we know.
Okay.
We're sort of relying on the timing of the approvals within each state before we can, but once we get those approvals, it doesn't take long. Then we just permit the capability, building, we get the building permits and then we go. So a couple of years, probably, once we receive a permit, say in New York State, maybe 2 to 3 years-ish.
Massachusetts also.
Not at this time, but that doesn't mean, it won't be, it's really just a function of resources, right? And how quickly we can go.
There's a question back there. Yeah.
What is the remaining 40% weight made of, the 40% that can't be covered?
Well, within the ash, and chime in here, but within the ash, there can be things that are unburned or things that just can't be recycled. So, when you have, for instance, when you burn a 2x4, there's nothing left but ash, right? So that remaining 40%, either there's material that cannot be extracted with the current technology, which is part of it. And then there's just plain old ash that's left, or maybe unburned.
One or two more.
Would you remind us what the volume reduction is from WTE? Is it 10 to 1 or something different? And also, are you doing any of the district heating experiments with any of your facilities?
The ratio is 10 to 1. So if you picture 10 garbage trucks driving around your neighborhood, they come to a waste energy facility and 1 truck of ash leaves. So it's a good ratio.
And district heating? Are you doing any-
District heating, how about if I get you the answer? We do have facilities that provide district heating. I'm not sure of the answer about whether we have any projects currently underway, but I can get you that answer if you talk to me after. Okay.
And with the 10 to 1, that's a new facility, right? I mean, currently at Iceland, we don't get 10 to 1. We get 4. So, it depends on the facility.
It depends on the technology.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we're done. Eric tells me.
One more up front.
Time for one more.
Oh, one more for Kevin.
Where's the ash going when Brookhaven closes at the end of 27?
Well, we hope that it goes to an ash processing plant where we can recover aggregate. But currently, we are testing our ash at several landfills off island. And in order to determine the different criteria that we need to meet, each landfill has different criteria. And so we're, it's like a puzzle piece. We've got about 350,000 tons of ash we need to move. And maybe it all doesn't go to the same place, just given logistics, et cetera.
I think we can be sure of, Kevin, it's gonna cost money.
It's gonna cost money.
Okay, thank you, everyone. But I'd like to introduce the company executive.
Okay.
What I meant is, one of the things I meant to remind everybody of, if you're gonna make some difference in local government, if you're gonna build public works, if you're gonna modify a longstanding system and improve it, you need leadership. And we are fortunate here on Long Island to have some leadership. And the man who has organized this particular gathering is with us now. And I'd like to introduce County Executive Ed Romaine.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you, Michael. He does a great job. I'm here because this is a major issue for all of us. And right now, if you look at things, it's something for towns and villages. But I said, wait a second. Wait a second. We need a regional solution. Not this town does this and that town does something else. We need a regional solution for Long Island. Each of us produce about 4.5 pounds, 5 pounds of garbage a day. What are we going to do? Now, in my previous life, I was supervisor of Brookhaven, and that was the last operating landfill on Long Island. And to make it clear, it hasn't taken garbage since 1989. Only 2 things went in the Brookhaven landfill, by and large: ash and construction debris. So construction debris, they stopped in this past December. You can only imagine what's going to happen to home construction prices, because getting rid of that debris, if you're a builder, you're in the construction industry, not going to be easy. There's only one other place in Suffolk that does that, 110 Sand and Gravel. So other than that, there's no other place in Suffolk County that takes construction debris. The ash, I come from Regional Planning Council, both of them. The ash, the town landfill is going to be out of space probably in another year, totally out of space. Maybe longer, 2 years. Oh, Dan's stretching it out. Okay. All right. We have 4 plants, waste to energy plants on this island. They burn garbage, turn it into energy, which is bought hopefully by Liblit. We'll see if they continue to do that. Dean, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. This is the guy that's really comes up with solutions. So here we are. What I want to do as county executive, which my predecessors wisely avoided. Wisely, is I want to be a partner with towns and villages and come up with a regional solution. Even my good friend in the town of Babylon Supervisor, Rich Schaefer, he has that pyramid. You can't miss it. It's just north of Southern State. You go past, I guess it's straight path, and you just look north and you see the pyramid. He's going to be out of space in about 2 or 3 years, 4 years at most. So you're going to have solutions because, as you know, you never can destroy matter. So when you burn garbage, you're left with about 10–15% volume in ash, and you've got to do something with that ash. And right now, when Brookhaven closes, eventually Babylon, the solution is only one solution. Truck it off. Could you believe that? Truck it off. Incredible. That's not a solution, man. And well, you drove it. I don't have to tell you, I drove it. Roads are terrible. They're overcrowded for a variety of different reasons, which is another different issue, which I can go into in detail. But putting more trucks on the road, that's not the way to go. So what is the way to go? Well, first of all, we have to have a regional solution and figure out what we're going to do with ash. When this gentleman, who is the dean, drives to work every day, he passes a 2-story block building, painted green. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
That's the boathouse. That's a boathouse that was built at Stony Brook University. 2 stories. You know what built it? It wasn't cement ash block. It was ash from Brookhaven landfill, and it was built in 1979. 1989. And it is stronger today than the day it was built. Because part of the solution to waste management is recycling. And part of the solution to getting recycling to work is creating markets. And part of creating markets is getting BUDs, beneficial use determinations, from the guys that regulate all garbage, DEC. And if they said, you know what, you can use ash as an aggregate in concrete or other building materials, you might find an area where we could use ash and not have to transport it off the island and put it to use right here. Now, you wanted to talk about glass? That's a whole different ballgame. Right now, I mean, in my town, it's too expensive to collect it, so we have drop-off points. We have 15, 16, how many? 15, 16 drop-off points where you can drop off your glass. But you have to be highly motivated to go to those drop-off points. And guess what? We have no use for it in the town except to crush it and use it as cover for the landfill, which is eventually, you have other uses. Christine has to speak. She is the Waste Management Commissioner to the town. She does a great job. But one of the things that I'd like to see is I'd like to see beneficial use determination for glass. Glass at the end of the day is made from sand. It's cheaper to make new glass than to recycle old glass. So that's why there isn't a market. But if the state said you can use glass as an aggregate also and concrete, substituted for sand. We won't have to mine as much. Other people here sand mining. Big money in sand, big money in sand. But really, you don't have to do that. If there was a beneficial use determination, and then we could crush that glass. And I used to, when I was supervisor, I had a little canister of glass that looked like talcum powder. That's how fine you can crush glass. And it can be used as an aggregate in construction material. What do we need? We need greater leadership from DEC. They enjoy being regulators. I want to say not innovators because I have hope that they will innovate and think about areas that they can do something. Glass is one of them. Ash is one of them. And that means we don't have to truck it off the island, or we don't have to waste it, and we can recycle glass and use it. It's creating markets for recycled goods. Could we get to zero waste? Nah, but we could come close. We could come close if we start thinking about all the products that we throw away and how we could recycle. One of the things that I supported as supervisor, and I support as county executive, is extended producer responsibility to require manufacturers to do that. Now, that's just bad. And there was an article in Newsday, a group for the sports section. But if you read it, you understood why it was failed. A ton of money was circulated throughout Albany, and it failed in the legislature. Really? Really? That's government money can buy. Well, that would have required producers to change the way they package goods to ensure its recyclability. That helps us. There's like 3 or 4 simple things that we can do that would actually help the solid waste situation. We're not going to stop making garbage, but if we can find ways to use it. And the other thing is organics. A lot of all waste, about 30% of all waste is organics that can be reused. And we have to have a collection system for that. That would make it sensible. I know in Brookhaven, just to do one collection for glass a month is $1 million, which the town can't, probably more than that now, which the town can't afford. The town is scraping, all the municipal governments are scraping by. So I understand, but if there was a market for it, if there was a use for it, and there's a whole host of other uses that we've seen from our good friend from upstate for glass. So what we have to do, and this is a conversation that has to be had at the state level, simply because the state regulates everything. Towns don't have the freedom of choice. They can make suggestions. They can offer all types of programs, but at the end of the day, it's the state DEC that makes the decisions. So I had the pleasure of meeting the new DEC acting commissioner. She was down here about 2 or 3 months ago. I sat down and had lunch with her. We were talking about other things, but garbage has to be top of thing. We can, if we think about what we do, we can do things so much better. One of the things, and it had nothing to do with garbage, but it's the other side of the liquid. I thought about our sewage treatment plants. We've got to change what we're doing. Many of our sewage treatment plants. First of all, Scandal, the Southwest Sewer District in the late 1970s, put a stop to sewage in terms of regional sewage. I believe in regional approaches for sewage as well. I want to talk about that too, because I think they're all related. What happens after the scandal? The Southwest Sewer District, some corruption, an unseated county executive with really nothing to do with it, but he was there. Good man, John V. and Klein. And after that, no one wanted to touch sewage. So what would happen if you had to build a condominium? Or a shopping center? You know what happened? They built a lot of small, inefficient, not connected sewage treatment plants. How many sewage treatment plants do you think we have? I mean, the county has 26 districts that it runs. But how many other plants do you think we have in Suffolk County? You have about 100 now. Because every time there was something, they had to build. They're all aging out, they're all somewhat inefficient. They only deal with the specific matter that the developer built, whether it be a shopping center or apartment complex or condominium. So we don't have a reach. And many of our sewage treatment plants discharge into the Sound, the Bay, or the ocean. Southwest pipe goes out of mine. That's such a waste. Because we are only going to have additional problems. Not only with water quality, but water quantity. Because that sewage treatment should be treated to such a point that it can be reused and recirculated back into our aquifer. So I've come up with a plan, take years, I would be here, but sometimes if you put things in motion, they keep on going, here, there you go, that's the whole. We are going to do a water reuse plan where we are going to take several of these sewage treatment plants and reuse and convert them to tertiary or have charging fields. The first one was the Southwest Sewer District. We're going to take some of that effluent and put it right next door at the golf course. That worked. The legislator back in Riverhead, we did that with the Riverhead sewage treatment plant, and we put it on Indian Island. And guess what? Don't have to spend as much money for fertilizing, don't have to spend as much money irrigating. Well, why can't we do that? Because there are several. Bergen Point has a golf course next door. So does Port Jefferson, a municipal golf course. So does Stony Brook, St. George, you know that. But they also have water use programs in Stony Brook that we're looking at. Because we need to reuse the effluent and treat it to such a point that it can filter back and be back. Why do I mention that? Because there are solutions that are possible. They are expensive, but in the long run, they will produce results. We have the same challenge for solid waste, the same challenge, and we have to meet that challenge. Some people said using trucks, rail it all. Well, it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done. We are the inheritors of a guy who planned Long Island long ago called Robert Moses. He believed in roads. And one of the things I keep on talking about is Suffolk County, because I'm the executive of this county, not the one next door. But guess what? Think about transportation. We have 3 rail runs. The governor is concerned, wants people to give up gas stoves so they can go electric. Really? Governor, we have 3 rail lines. I'd love to see them electric because most of them run on diesel, the dirtiest fuel possible, a 19th century technology. Electric stops at Babylon, it stops at Huntington, it stops at Ronkonkoma, and everything east is diesel. Think about that. Ever go to Nassau County? Ever drive around? What do you see? You see, you have grade crossings where you either go over or under, and they don't impede traffic. Suggestion. We're in Brentwood. Go down Fifth Avenue. Go down Brentwood Road. Go down Carlton Avenue, centralized. That gate goes down 72 times a day. We don't have overpasses, we don't have underpasses, we don't have electric. Really? And what's even worse, we talked about rail. for moving some garbage out? How about freight? You go anywhere else in the United States, and freight is moved, about 20% of the freight is moved by rail. What percentage do you think moves by rail on Long Island? 1. You think the infrastructure of this island could use a little bit of a shot in the arm? I'm still waiting. Because I was a big supporter of President Biden's infrastructure. That's a $1.1 trillion investment. I'm waiting to see where that investment comes. In fact, I'm going to ask our congressional delegation to investigate the expenditure of that money and how much of it made it to Long Island. Not too much. So that is one thing. The other thing I'm going to ask is for the environmental bondage. Long Island came out and supported that. I'm a huge supporter of environmental bondage. That was a $4.2 billion for the state of New York. What am I trying to do? Trying to sewer the regional sewers in areas that need it. And we will probably spend $1 billion in the next year, and that's a drop in the bucket. Love to see the state help us with that. So far, not too much. Not too much. And that's disappointing. And that is disappointing. But I am planning to do a regional approach to garbage, a regional approach to sewers, and a regional approach to transportation. We need, as a region of 3 million people with my neighbor to the west, Nassau County. I try to work with Bruce whenever I can. Town executive, but we need to start looking at us as a region. And if we don't, we're going to lose. Now, what you may not, 49 other states in this country, all of them have not lost the type of population New York State has. We have lost more population than the other 49 states in the United States. Unfortunately, that isn't so true on Long Island section of New York State, but in other parts of the state it is true. So what should we do? Well, someone hasn't given us a wake-up call. Here's the wake-up call. The future is now. Either we fight for it, and we fight for our future, or we're going to lose our future. So what have we do? We can demand regional approaches to solid waste, to liquid waste, to transportation. Because if we don't do that, as a region, working together, we're going to lose the future. And that concerns me. That definitely concerns me. Now, let me tell you some of the good side of the story. We have a county legislature, it's got 18 members. Last year, my first year in the office, I put forward the largest infrastructure capital program in the county's history. What do you think the vote was on that? Unanimous. Then I put forward my operating budget. What do you think the vote was on that? Unanimous. Then I came and I was left with all of our contracts expired at the same time. Thank you, my predecessor. And I had to deal with that. And the biggest one was the PPA. We just did that one. Correction office. What do you think the vote was on that? Unanimous. What do you think my vote was on my second capital budget? Unanimous. That's the good side of the story. Because that's what government really achieves. Everyone, regardless of political party, goes in the same direction. We need that type of unanimity on a regional plan, because I don't think the DEC is going to come forward anytime soon and step out of their role as a regulator and try to become an innovator and put forward a regional plan. So part of this meeting today is to say for the people in various towns, all 13 towns, 2 cities, God knows how many, we have 32 villages in Suffolk, I think they have even more in Nassau. let's come together. Let's start focusing in on the things that make sense. Let's do it. We need a regional plan for solid waste, a regional plan for liquid waste, a regional plan for transportation. Because if we do not have a regional plan, in the end, we will fail. We're competing against the rest of the world. And right now, the outcome is far from determined. So what I need, and I'm here for a short time, I'm not there. I'll be moving on, someone will replace me at some point. But in the meantime, I'm gonna take the time I have here as a call to action to all the citizens. And we have some very smart people on the road, including this dean here. He knows I go to all of the seminars, and I listen very carefully. He's very wise, very intelligent. We have a whole host of people. We have our regional. Please stand up, director of our regional planning council. And his staff there, who is the former supervisor of Hempstead Town. So we have a lot of smart people. We just have to get together and lay out a plan. And I know we got a grant. Myself and I was Supervisor Brookhaven and my colleague, Richard Schaefer, was a longtime friend of mine, supervisor at Babylon. And we got a grant that we gave Michael and Stony Brook to work on this. We need more work from our university. And we want to fund them so they become the intellectual powerhouse of our regional plans to drive this island forward. It's not a partisan plan, not a Republican, Democrat, or this one, East End, the West End. It's a plan for the region, and we need it. If we don't have it, we will fail. We are in competition with the rest of the world. We need to come together. And we need the same thing that my legislature has given me, unanimity, working together to do the right thing. So we need to do it. And every day we have that opportunity. But the people in this room, the people taking time out to deal with garbage, really? What does that say? It says there's hope. It says there's hope for a way forward for us as a region. I talked about glass, I talked about ash, but there's a whole host of other things, compost, a whole host of other things that we can do so that our only option is not to truck our garbage in big black containers on flatbeds or Long Island, that we can use some of that and build a better future. So I know everyone in this room is with me. Composting with me, right?
Yeah.
Long Island compost. So let's do it. Let's work on solutions. And I've got to tell you, I'm looking right at the dean. Yeah. He has a lot of smart guys. I've gone, and Larry Swanson was a dear friend of mine. And I know this is named for him. I do not forget Larry's work on all parts of the environment, including the harbors. He really needs to be dredged to clean up after that. Rains from last year. But let's get together with a plan for all 13 towns, all the villages. And let's come together with a manifesto of the future of solid waste on Long Island. All I can do is be a cheerleader on the side. You are the guys. And I see my friend Peter Scully, who was very active with this before. I see my friend H2M, very active. I see Gershow, who does a great deal to get rid of our metal waste and other waste there. I see Long Island compost here. So I know a lot of people in this room. We're all smart. In a way, by attending this, you're all visionary. What we need is to translate that vision into action and to get it done. All I can do is guarantee you that you will have my full attention. And I will lobby with my 18 legislators in Suffolk County. And I think we can get unanimity on this. Let's plan for a much better future than we currently have. Every time you see a flat bed going on with garbage, that's the past. We want to see that change. We want to be able to reuse a lot of the stuff we currently throw out and look to ship off the silo. So let's find ways to reuse products. Let's find ways to recycle. Let's create markets. Let's encourage beneficial use determinations by the Department of Environmental Conservation. And let's engage DEC so they step forward and play an active role in this. Because we don't want to exclude anyone. We want to include everyone. And we want a path forward. Because without a path forward, we will fail as an island. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'd like to do. And now they're telling me I've got to go back to work. I had to tell you, this July, unlike any other, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Something's happened somewhere. Police, something. But unless you step aside from the chaos and smoke a battle and have a plan and a vision, we will not succeed. I need your smarts, your intelligence, your wisdom. I need it all collectively. Because if I don't get it, if we don't get it, we will fail. So thank you for coming today. I am so appreciative. Remember my good friend Larry Swanson, and I want to point out the dean again, so I want to put him under a little bit of pressure. By the way, if you ever need a good lawyer who knows about solid waste, Michael Cahill's the guy.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Okay,
This goes.
Stanley, Romaine. And Romaine, when I was in the law, was with, solid waste work in Long Island. Stanley is the CEO of Palmanac Environmental LLC, where he leads transformative efforts in waste management across Long Island. With these three state-of-the-art recycling centers in Suffolk County, he and his team specialize in collecting, processing, and repurposing a wide array of recyclable materials, including paper, plastic, metal, cardboard, wood, construction, and demolition debris with the goal of recycling for zero waste. And he does that on a raw waste stream. Yes? Okay.
Yes, Mike.
So Stanley will take over and tell us what the project is.
Sure. Good. Yeah, still in the morning, right? Good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me? I don't want to make sure everyone hears me in the back. All good? Yeah. All right, great. Thank you, Michael, for the introduction. Thank you to Michael White for the opportunity to come up here and speak to everybody today about what we do kind of from the private side of the industry here. It's definitely a lot of work that goes day in and day out. And what I wanted to just talk with you all about today is, some of the constraints that we see from the private sector and what we're doing internally and where we're going. And I think what I'll start off with is that, my family and I started back on Long Island back in 2013 with a small little company on the East End. And then over the years, we've progressed further west. So where we end up today is we have 3 state-of-the-art recycling centers located throughout Suffolk County. I actually encourage anybody here, if you want to see any of our facilities in action, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that go into those facilities with designing them, building them out, and running them on a day-to-day basis. So I encourage anyone here, if they want to come see our operations, you're more than welcome to come and see those because it is for me and some of my team members that are here today. It's interesting. Every day we go to work, we take for granted what we see. It's day in and day out. But when we bring people that don't see the operation every single day, it's when they come there, it amazes them. So that's that. The way I like to just kind of give you an understanding of our model of a business, the best analogy I can give you is like a bee and you get the bees and the hive, right? The hive manufactures the pollen into honey, but the bees go out and collect the pollen, right? So how we operate our business is that the trucks go out every day, collect the waste, which, by the way, we have, oh my God, we service over 15,000 homes on Long Island. We probably service over 6,000 businesses across Long Island between Nassau and Suffolk County. For an island with almost 2.9 million people out there, there's a lot of waste that gets collected every day. I'd say on a daily basis, with all the facilities that we have, right now we're doing this time of year, we're knocking on the door of about 1,500 tons of material in a day, which is a combination of MSW, C&D, paper, and other types of waste that's out there that we collect as well. So that without any further ado here, I'll keep moving here. So, and what I want to just kind of give you a little bit of framework of what we're seeing from our side of the fence. So first thing here, as we know, one thing on Long Island, like I said, we have about 3 million people. Currently, we're having a little bit of a landfill capacity crisis, right? So with the closure of Brookhaven landfill here, which was accepting about 720,000 tons a year of C&D, we were sending in about between C&D and ADCM, we were doing about 50,000 tons a year into that facility, which now is offline, right? So, I know the premise of this whole chat is about recycling, and this is one of the reasons why, as we stand here today, my Yaphank facility, we're doing about a $4 million upgrade on our sorting system. And that's been in the works for, oh my God, I'd say every bit of at least 2 years in preparation for the landfill closing. So, and the idea obviously is to get more recyclables out of the waste stream. So here, this is one issue that we've come across. As you can see here, 46% of C&D makes up 46% of New York State's total waste, and 54% of our total waste is made up out of municipal solid waste. So that's been a big issue for us. And in our world, while you have another landfill here on Long Island in Melville that we have as a disposal site, can't put all your eggs in one basket. So you have to have a multitude of different avenues to move the waste. And so for us, you have a disposal site in Melville. There is rail available, but ultimately what we do is we bale all the waste, and ship it off Long Island. Okay, so which has been brought up before. That brings a lot of more truck traffic to Long Island. Just to give you an example, out in Yaphank, prior to the landfill closing, we needed probably in the threshold of 20 to 25 flatbeds per day just to keep us even Steven with the volume moving in. Now we're up to 25 to 30 trucks per day to keep the volume flowing because of the fact of the landfill closing. So, and I'll talk a little bit more about get into our recycling. So just some stats here, Long Islanders generate roughly between 6,000 to 7,000 tons of MSW per day. And our local incinerators, just talking about MSW, only accept on roughly about 4,500 tons a day. So if you just do that simple math, that difference, there's no other landfill for MSW on Long Island. So the rest of that's moving off Long Island through trucks. And by the time, I don't know if it'll happen in my lifetime, and I hope it does, but to move MSW of Long Island by rail is, I think, going to be a difficult feat because of the fact that, and it's on one of my other slides as I'm coming up, we have a lot of that attitude of not in my backyard. So where people have the NIMBY attitude. So limited recycling infrastructure. So, Long Island has roughly about 71 waste transfer stations and only 16 recycling facilities here on the island. And the majority of the C&D material that I have, can be recycled, but unfortunately, because of restrictions that we see on the governmental side, some of this stuff has to end up in the landfill anyway. So here's a breakdown of what we do internally with our C&D waste. This is just C&D, not MSW. And this gives you a breakdown of the volume of what we see here. So about 20% of our C&D volume, we can generate what we call an alternative daily cover material, which I'll get into the next slide about some of the benefits of what that does. 3.5% of our volume, this is just C&D, not MSW. We get about 3.5% of the waste stream is cardboard. 10% is wood. You'd be surprised, our wood, we actually pull out close to, call it 12,000 tons a year of wood out of our waste stream, clean wood, that we then go and sell to a waste to energy plant in Connecticut. So why can't we do that here? So now more trucks to Long Island, more resources, when we could, if you're doing it in Connecticut, we could do that here as well. 6% concrete, and then you got 3.3% of your ferrous metal and 1% of your non-ferrous metal. I bring up ADCM because of the fact that this is one of the largest materials that we can generate from our systems. And here's some of the benefits of what ADCM can do. It can help reduce landfill methane emissions, airspace conservation, odor and vector control, leachate quality improvement, and waste diversion and material reuse. So it's a great product. What's even better about this is that the system upgrade that we're doing out in Yaphank there is going to allow us to extract more out of that product, such as the form of organics. So that's the direction in which we're going here. Some of the issues that we're facing on Long Island. Plastic waste overload. I mean, this was mentioned earlier. I don't think I need to draw any pictures about how much waste in plastic that there is out there. One of the other things that we've been seeing is a decline in recycling rates, primarily because what's happening is when people are commingling recyclables, they're putting plastic and glass in together, and that stuff's getting disposed to a landfill when that could have actually been extracted apart and the plastic could have been used as a recyclable material. Obviously, landfill closure and transport crunch, we've been seeing that. Limited composting and food scrap recycling, which I'm happy to see we're starting to get on that bus here, where we're going to be also have another outlet for that. The other thing, though, that a lot, and this was mentioned earlier, a lot of the issues that we have with waste on Long Island begin with our behavior. It's teaching the younger generations of what to do with the waste from Jump Street. For example, if you look at like Sweden, 50% of their waste is recycled, okay? 49% of it is sent to a waste to energy plant, and 1% ends up in a landfill. Sweden, for example, imports garbage. Meanwhile, here it is, we got barges trying to ship, back in the 80s, trying to shuffle it all around the country. And meanwhile, we have a country in Europe that imports waste and charges for it because of what they're able to do with it. So it's a little archaic in the way we think, but it's got to be part of our culture. And that's where it starts. I mean, the degree of plastic that we ingest, I mean, I'm just sitting here alone. I see a plastic bottle here, plastic there. It's just part of our life. And we as a society, not just like Long Island, we as a society have to change our way in which we consume. That's really what it comes down to. So anyway, here's some of the issues, like I said, we're facing here on Long Island. Regulatory and siting challenges. This is another big issue that we see here on Long Island. Not my backyard type of, that attitude. I mean, look, we send waste out to other landfills in other states. We hear a lot of the times that there's protesters outside those landfills saying, we don't want waste from Long Island. We don't want waste from New York. And why recycling is such a big thing. It's not just about diverting waste out of landfills, guys. Most people in this room, if you own a home, get 3-day-a-week service. All right, somebody mentioned in here, I think, Michael, maybe you mentioned it, 190 services one house gets in a year. That is completely absurd, completely absurd. So with a focus on recycling, not only are you pulling more stuff out of the waste stream in these facilities, which, by the way, we as a family have invested over the last 12 years, probably roughly $15 million in upgrades in our recycling centers. And these things are just not like set it and forget it. It's like cars, technology changes. So you got to stay with the time. Optical sorters, magnets, you name it, it's out there. And so we continually reinvest into these systems to extract more waste out. So now we're sending less to a landfill. But a lot of times we tell our customers, don't get hung up on the recycling end of it, because more likely than not, I'm going to do a better job of it than you are. I really am. I'm going to do a better job of it in one of my facilities than you'll ever do it. What do I do with the plastic? What do I do with this? What do I do with that? Don't worry about it. And a lot of the times when I say that, people just don't believe that we actually do it. I'm like, well, we don't spend $15 million to not recycle. We do a lot of it on a daily basis. Like I said, we do about 2,000 tons a day. So, well, we're going to get there. But, it definitely gets, it's a high volume. And that's just me. That's just Maggio, Pominock on Long Island. You have some other very large haulers on Long Island that generate at least that, if not more. So here's some of the other things that spiral into lack of recycling: cost of transportation, rising emissions. The more I'm able to recycle out of these facilities by putting in better systems, we don't need to give 190 services to houses. And think about what that does with emissions, traffic, safety. So, the name of the game in this business from the private sector side is when these trucks go out every day to collect the waste, we want them off the street as soon as possible. And like I said, to give houses 3 to 8 week service, I mean, how many people in here on the second garbage day don't even put out the tote? I don't want to be bothered with it. It's a waste. And we have a truck coming down the street in the heart of rush hour. So all this ties back to the big investment into recycling. And I have to tell you, like, one of the big things that we see, I'm kind of going a little bit out of sequence here, but one of the biggest things that we see is that a lot of people don't want to do it because it's a huge, huge capital undertaking, huge. And not only just the capital needed to invest in these, to do this, but also the operational costs of running it as well. And not just running it, but then you have the residual end of it, because we're not going to get everything out of the waste stream. And you got to pay to get rid of this stuff. So it's a multifaceted side of the business. It's not just going out and collecting garbage. And unfortunately, I know it was mentioned earlier and I heard some grumblings in the crowd, but unfortunately, a lot of our society is that they want to put the tote at the curb, go to work, come home, and it's gone. And I know some people don't agree with that statement. It's a fact of reality. And I'll tell you how I know that. Because we service, like I said, over 12,000 homes. Oh my God, 15,000 homes a week. And in a year, if we get more than 10 customers that call us and ask us about what happens with their garbage, I would be shocked. I would be shocked. And I have 2 people that work here that could probably vouch for me on that one. And so here's some opportunities, right? First of all, whether it's through government grants, whether that's local, state, federal, to encourage these type of programs. I know there's some out there, but when you really put a pen to paper what these facilities cost to design, all the soft costs, and then the purchase of it, and then the install, you're talking millions upon millions of dollars. The upgrade, for example, that I'm doing at this facility in Yaphank, it's a $4 million upgrade just to buy the equipment, let alone the downtime that we've had and running the operation. So that $4 million morphs into labor costs, downtime. So that $4 million morphs into maybe $5 million of cost, another $1 million of soft costs. So private investment is a big thing. Unfortunately, a lot of people out there can't get the capital needed to do these types of programs. And the other problem that was mentioned earlier was that there's really no unified plan on Long Island of what to do. I mean, we have, call it 3 million people on Long Island. We have 20 million people in New York State, and we don't have any landfills coming online. What are we going to do? And I love the people at the DEC. They do a great job, but then they hammer people like us about what we're doing. And all I'm trying to do is make this world a little bit of a better place. If I can't move bales of garbage, that's just not by my choice. That's just because I'm dealing with economic environments. So there is a lot of opportunity out there. And I think these 2 are the biggest ones that could really help move the ball in the right direction. I'm getting the yellow sign, which I'm shocked because I thought I was going to be moving through this quicker. So I will open up to questions. Anybody out there, if anyone has any. Yes, sir. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Absolutely. That's easy. Yes.
$5 million improvements. How fast do you recoup that?
Oof. You don't know until you don't really know. It's all based off of a pro forma, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah, so we have a pro forma. Look, we always want our money back in about a 4 to 5 year range. Pending, look, we have all the data going into it, right? I know my volume of material coming in. I know what's in that. It's interesting when we do case studies, we do our own case studies where we shut down the facility for a day, which is usually on a weekend, and we run the material through our sorting system. So then we know exactly what's coming out of the sorting system. And that helps funnel into our pro forma on that.
Curious about the use of emerging processing technology, optical sorters, robotics, and AI.
Yeah. That's AI is not far off. Not far off. I mean, at the end of the day, you still always need physical labor. You will always need that. But at our West Babylon facility, which is a MRF, we do about 300 tons a day of cardboard newspaper into that. And that has a total of 6 people, but the rest of it is worked off optical sorters. And it's actually, and let me tell you something, we did that in 2016, we got that system up and running. And then back in 2020, we did an upgrade. And then we have another upgrade that we're doing on that. So what?
Robotics?
Not yet. Not far off. Yes. Oh,
Regarding markets, you have international markets?
yes. Yep.
You have a problem with anything on?
It ebbs and flows. Sometimes the cardboard markets get a little funky and you can't move material or the pricing is difficult. A lot of times people ask me, like, why is the tipping fee so high? If you're pulling out all these recyclables and you're selling them, I said, well, that's great and all, but if those markets move south, there was a time where I had to pay to get rid of cardboard. I had to pay to get rid of it. And it doesn't justify to change the whole operation for that. So you got to be, but we do go mostly international. There was a question right here. Yes.
Expanding processing. Recyclable product.
No, it's not our wheelhouse. We like to collect it and sort it. And then from there, we move it to the markets that do it better than us. And let alone, Long Island's difficult because not only do you have the state with the DEC, but then in the municipalities that we operate, you have to have specific zoning for the property. So you just can't say, hey, I'm going to take this commercial piece of land and do a processing system on this. You got to have the right zoning for the property. So it's kind of a multifaceted dilemma that you're up against when it comes to running these facilities. Hey, I would love, if we were able to change some zoning on some properties, I would love that, because the one thing on Long Island, again, it goes back to that NIMBY attitude, guys. People don't want to hear about property getting rezoned as industrial zone property. They don't want to hear it. And unfortunately, our elected officials are under the public pressure, so they cave, and it's only sacrificing our infrastructure. And like, nobody pays attention to that.
Okay, Stanley?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Stanley?
Well, he's got one more. I'm getting your hair. I'm sorry.
Getting rid of, a lot of those materials can be used locally or not?
Nothing locally. Like right now, we're helping out with a program where they're gonna try to use C&D waste, cow manure and horse manure to create fertilizer, which we hopefully have in here on Long Island.
It's hopeless.
I never say never, but it's a slow go.
Has to be addressed with my own.
Yeah, anyway, Michael.
Okay, our next speaker. Christine Fenton from the town of Brookhaven. Christine is a professional engineer. She's the commissioner of the Department of Recyclables and Sustainable Materials Management at the town.
He's worked in municipal works roles for 20 years.
Yeah.
In her current roles for the town, she managed the residential collection district of 123,000 hens, which is the largest, of course, in the town of Suffolk, and manages the town's solid waste management facilities located in Yaphank and Manor. And Chris will be addressing glass and what?
A few other
A
things.
few other things.
Thank you very much for having me here today. It's great to see the room packed with so many great residents, professionals, and government officials. Because while we are all very knowledgeable on this subject matter and want to do the right thing to go to waste zero, like other people before have said, it's not the majority of people's mindset to go to waste zero. So in the meantime, between when we get there to now, we still have to manage the waste that we have because you have to pick it up at the curb every day. So what I'm here to talk about is glass. So, and there's a couple of repeated things that I think are really important to reiterate. And it was stated as a goal in the 2023 New York State Solid Waste Management Plan. It's the circular economy of waste or materials, right? But it goes beyond that. It should be the local, regional circular economy of materials, because as we've said before, transportation is one of our biggest obstacles being on an island community. The expense, the time, and the labor forces to transport waste off of Long Island or materials off of Long Island is one of our biggest impediments. Okay, so just going back through the history, the 1976 Resource Conservation Recovery Act, the DEC's first solid waste management plan, the Long Island landfill law passed, the 87 New York State Solid Waste Management Plan established the hierarchy of waste, and the 3 R's really came out of that. But today we're still dealing with the same issues that we've been dealing with since that time. New York State, 7.1 million tons per year of total waste. So I like to think of it as the 4 R's. We have the reduce, reuse, recycle, but we have to really rethink at this point in time of how we're going forward into the future. This slide was from a presentation by Reworld that I borrowed because I really liked the different hierarchies of pyramids from the US to the UK and so forth. Prevention being the top. So the little plastic bottles, let's get rid of them. Let's use our reusable containers. Let's go with more bulk quantity water or drink our potable water sources. The 5.02 pounds per person per day. We've gone through that before. So we have the New York State population of 19.5 million people. I'm going to just go through this because we've said it before. This is the composition of the waste stream for New York State. And if you look at the generation rate or the 5.02 pounds per person per day, and you look at the population associated with Nassau and Suffolk County, that equates to 134,000 tons per year of glass. And that's assuming that 5% glass number. Where does it come from? It comes from all over, right? We're talking about the vineyards. We're talking about what you consume in your house and throw away. We're talking about Safe Light Repair. We're talking about the Anderson windows and the window manufacturers. So it comes from a lot of sources other than just our curbside collection systems. We are faced now more than ever with greenhouse gas emission regulations and climate law implementation schedules. That's going to make processing materials management more costly, more difficult as we go forward. And while you and I in the room take our time to source separate all of our waste. There's a lot of people who are not prioritized in waste management or materials management who are out there that are working 3 jobs, and it's sort of a hassle to get home every day before Tuesday night and separate all of your recyclables and put them out at the curb. These regulations are going to make it more difficult to not do that, to not pay attention. We have the climate law with the aggressive goals of 70% renewable electricity by 2030, 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040. We have the 20-year, we have the out-of-state activity is captured in those goals, and the cap and invest. We have the New York State Solid Waste Management Plan, and we have New York State's executive order, which affects New York State management of governmental entities, that they have to really do a better job of diversion and greenhouse gas attenuation. So this is just more of that greenhouse gas emission overview with the reduction levels, but it's going to touch every level of industry that we live in, not just waste management. It's going to touch the building community with the HVAC conversion from fossil fuels to electric. What happens when you gut a building? You have a lot of waste. And if you're doing an HVAC system, and I'm going to speak from my time at Southampton, we converted that town hall to a heat pump system, a variable refrigerant heat pump system. Well, when you're moving everybody out of that office or that suite to do the HVAC, what else do you have to do? Well, let's do the floors, let's do the walls, let's do other elements of improvement. All of those elements are going to increase the waste load, which is going to burden our industry. We have the vehicles, which, you know, as people buy their electric vehicle replacements, then you're going to have that scrap portion or the vehicle portion that's going to the graveyard or for reuse in other countries. Thankfully, we do have industry on Long Island that can facilitate those recycling efforts, and a lot of those industry professionals are in the room. So let's just go back to the sources of the post-consumer waste glass, curbside collection containers. Once it goes to the curbside for the residential community, in our township, we service about 122,000 residents, residential properties. That's not the multifamily, that's not the private industry, but that material on Wednesdays, which is recycling day, goes back to the material recycling facility, which is filled with that technology that is at that age that it needs to get updated. We all are aware of the green sword issues that we had happen 2018, 2019, where it sort of crippled the recycling industry in the US because we couldn't move any of the recycling. From that point over, after we reestablished our MRF and went from single stream to dual stream, we decided not to include glass in the curbside recycling program. The glass is a very costly element to add to a MRF because of the wear and tear on the equipment and the contamination of the recyclables. So, but the glass is a big portion of what people consume every day, right? We have, I think the number was 500,000 cases of wine that are consumed on Long Island every year. That's a lot of wine. And I don't think a lot of people want to go to the box wine. So we have the satellite collection, and I just want to clear up something that was said before. We do not use our recovered glass as cover at the landfill. We use the recovered glass as for gas collection system, pipe bedding, and we also use it for drainage aspects of it. So, but we're always looking for that industry to be sited in and on Long Island so that it reduces that transportation cost, and it keeps it comparable to disposal costs of regular garbage. So we also have redemption facilities. So a lot of planning units throughout the state are supposed to report on the recycling and the waste generation and management within their planning units. Redemption is done on a side of the business that the townships do not have any control or authority over, right? It's the supermarkets, it's the wine and the liquor sales manages that, but it constitutes a large quantity of materials. And it's a mid-level convenience to the resident, right? It's easier to put your nickels at the roadside than it is to go back to the supermarket and stick it in the machine. But if you had to pay 10 cents on the deposit, maybe you would rethink that, because that would add up over time. And if you had the 10 cents on your wine bottle, maybe you wouldn't throw it in the garbage or in the satellite. You would go get your money back. Sales, manufacturing, and construction, I spoke about that. That's the vineyards, the window retailers, builders, home improvement stores. Technologies in place that could be brought to Long Island to create that local regional circular economy of waste. So right now, glass, post-consumer, it can be made into bottles, which is not the best use of it. It's very energy intensive, and it rarely gets done because it's cheaper to use natural raw materials for it. Foamed glass aggregate is another component of it. A pozzolane substitute is another one. And before I go on to the next one, I want to explain what that is. Right? Concrete, structural concrete, sidewalk concrete is made up of 4 components: water, cement, fine aggregate, and coarse aggregate. And there's some other ingredients in that soup if you need high early strength and all of that other stuff, but those are the main 4 components. Cement is the powder material. So if you go three pictures over, it's that talcum powder that the county executive mentioned. And that's used in concrete, which is one of the biggest greenhouse gas emitter materials that we have. And we use it in everything, right? All of our buildings, our sidewalks, curbs, everything. So that's pozzolane. And you could also use it in beach renourishment. There are communities in states other than ours that actually refine glass so that it can be used as beach renourishment. And fiberglass insulation, building insulation. Another item that I just want to repeat back to that's been said before is redundancy in the system, because I think that we're all very familiar with the fires that have been happening in the waste management facilities that are due to a variety of different things that usually can't be pinpointed, but the lithium ion rechargeable batteries are a huge component of those. But redundancy in the facility, in the system also goes to the market where you can bring this aggregated feedstock that the waste management industry is making through either the processing facilities that Stanley spoke of, or the MRFs, right? They are all their job is to take it in and separate it into components that could be used or discarded, but they are aggregating feedstock on that. So redundancy in the system is a very important thing. And I recall there was a facility, Pace, that was taking glass for a while. And I think that they were right outside in New York City and New Jersey. And we used to bring our glass there, which was a haul with government employees all the way out there. One day we brought it out there and the gates were closed for business because, you know, they had a bankruptcy issue. So it's that redundancy in where we can take it to that is important into moving the materials outside of our facilities. That's of critical importance. And it goes also to the transportation aspect. There's not one silver bullet solution. It's a combination of everything. So we have over the road, we have rail, we may have barge in the future. It's all necessary in case, there's an accident on the BQE or there's an issue at the rail terminal. You have other ways to move the waste. I'm going to speak about positive, which is that cement alternative or the pozzolane alternative. It's made entirely from glass. It can be used up to as a 30 to 40% offset to traditional cement, which has great sustainability attributes. They have a headquarters in New Rochelle. Their closest facility to us is Beacon Falls in Connecticut. I want to thank a couple of people or mention their names. Urban Mining came out to a lot of had a meeting with municipal officials last week. And it was Mr. Grazo, Kendall, who's actually in the room. You came and gave us a presentation on the attributes of this material and the benefits of it. And it's quite outstanding. And it has been used, it's proven its effectiveness in its projects that it's been incorporated into. So the color of the cement is actually whiter. It leads to less heat island effect, which is a sustainability goal, right? It has a 95% reduction in the carbon footprint of cement, which results in a substantial carbon footprint reduction in concrete. It resists sulfate attack, which is huge in the coastal areas where the water contains the sulfur compounds. These are just a few other attributes. It's reused locally. They can reuse it locally. And that's the circular economy, right? We're using concrete every day in New York State. These are some of the flagship applications. The UN Nations Plaza was used in the pavers, 30% cement replacement. The Second Avenue subway, 30% cement replacement. And it goes into the CO2 savings and the Hallett's Point complex. JP Morgan Chase, I think, was one of the largest projects in New York City of this product, and I've been following that facility is incredibly sustainable. But the floor, it was used in the structural floor slabs, and total bottles reused 23.8 million, and 5,585 tons of CO2 prevented. So this just goes to more of what has been used in, and local glass back to local carbon projects. These are some of the other facilities. Now I want to turn this presentation over to Archie Filshil from Aero Aggregates. He's going to introduce a new product, headquarters in Eddystone, Pennsylvania, and he's got locations in Florida. I don't have your bio, so I apologize. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'll be back.
So thanks, Christine, and it's a great lead up to my presentation. So I'm Archie Filshil. I'm the founder and CEO of Aero Aggregates. We are headquartered just outside of Philadelphia. And we very much like the pozzolane alternatives. We use glass, but I think one of the things I wanted added when we started this, we talk about recycling glass. The two biggest uses are bottles and fiberglass. But when you look at not only this region, but the entire Northeast, all the bottle plants are either in the Southeast, Carolinas, Georgia. Fiberglass plants are out in Indiana. So there really are no homes for glass, even for people that want to use it. And if you do have a local glass plant, one of the key issues they have is they need it color sorted. So if you're going to make a green bottle, you need to color sort all that glass, and you need fairly large pieces. So very similar to pozzolan people, we're very glass agnostic, right? We can take mixed color glass, any size, and we have our own cleaning system that removes the residual plastic and paper. So you see on the left, that's kind of what it looks like after it's gone through our cleaning system. And on the right is our milling system. Very similar to what Christine said. We're taking cullet 3/8 inch glass down to a very fine powder, basically like a talcum powder. And when you take mixed colored glass and you mill it down that fine, you remove the color from it because the particles are too small to reflect the light. So it becomes like an off-white or gray color, which seems to be very convenient for an aggregate, right? Do this. So what we do is we take that material, we mix it with another recycled mineral, which acts as a foaming agent, but it's 99% glass, 1% of the recycled mineral. It goes through a batch plant, which blends the two together, as you see up here at the top of the steps, and then goes through a heating process. Very similar to making bread, but with a little bit more nuance to it, that it goes through multiple heating cycles. And the idea is that you heat up the glass enough to start to soften the glass powder, but not melt it like a glass blower would melt glass. We just soften the powder up, activate the foaming agent, and then watch it bake up to about a 2-inch cake. And when it comes out of the other side of the heating process, you can see this is a rigid solid glass cake of foam glass. At the end of the table, and I don't know if this is a video, you're now leaving a hot temperature, about 800 Celsius into room temperature. So very similar to taking a glass out of the microwave and putting in cold water. We let Mother Nature do the rest of the process. So we do no crushing and screening. This is just the natural cooling process that cracks the cake into inch and a half aggregate. And that goes from there to be stored outside. So the big benefit of that is it's glass. It can sit outside, not bothered by UV. There's no chemicals or acids or oils that bother glass. It's why you put all those nasty materials in glass jars to begin with. And that's the final process. So one of the things that I guess that the executive Romaine brought up was, using recycled materials. You got to go through DEC. You have to get a BUD, which is a beneficial use determination, which is project specific, right? It's not just one project and you're done. You have to do it in every project. Foam glass is exempt in New York State from a BUD. It's already got approval, so there's no BUD requirements for that, which is a big bonus because you got 100% recycled material now without any of the regulations tagging along with it. These are typical applications. The infrastructure are our largest applications. We're talking a lot about this region, but to give you an idea, we ship projects all over the country. We do foam glass projects in San Francisco, Seattle. We just finished a huge project in Wyoming, repairing the Teton bypass. But it's building embankments on soft soils, bridge approaches, over existing utilities, over tunnels. And then on the commercial side, a lot more uses. Because it's a closed cell foam, it actually has an R value. So you can use it to insulate around your buildings and replacing the styrofoam boards, as well as providing drainage. We do a lot of roof decks, plaza decks, and green roofs in Manhattan. And to give you an idea of some of the projects locally, this is a wall that was failing under the GW Bridge. As everyone in here knows, very limited access. So instead of taking out a whole road out of service to repair it, they were able to shore up the slope, bring in a very narrow panel system, 20-foot high. And because the ultra lightweight aggregate is ultra lightweight, it's 85% lighter, it's putting no lateral load on those panels, like literally none. So they could build this face back up and prevent it from failing. And then what the Port Authority had them do after that was go down about 200 feet on either side of where the wall was failing, take out the heavy soil and replace it with ultra lightweight. So they knew they wouldn't have that problem in the future on the remaining portion of the wall. Much closer, outside of this topic, a big topic all over the place in coastal areas is resiliency planning. All these sites have to be coming up 3 to 4 feet higher due to storm surge flooding. This is Harbor Isle. This particular site had to come up 6 feet to meet the regulations for the Sandy storm elevations. So it was originally designed with piles where they're going to drive timber piles in to support these townhomes. The developer and engineer were able to remove all the piles and use foam glass aggregate as a lightweight fill to increase the site without causing any settlement. The added bonus they got from it was that it's a very porous material even when placed and compacted. So from the town of Hempstead, they were able to get stormwater storage credit as well. And the benefit of that is you're not only storing it, but now you're promoting infiltration. So you're recharging the groundwater table and also helping to prevent saltwater intrusion into the same groundwater table. JFK Airport, we're on about 5 different projects. This also falls under the DOT. So the other benefit is we have a item number from New York State DOT, which means there's no approvals needed. It's a blanket approval to be used on any state DOT projects, which we have in about 25 states now. But if you look at Terminal 1, Terminal 6, 2 projects on the Van Wyck, all that area is on very soft compressible soils. So ultra lightweight was an easy way to bring up 20 feet of embankment for these bridge approaches without surcharging the ground below it. And then this is a recent picture from Battery Park, the work that's going on with the resiliency planning there. In this project, we replaced big blocks of polystyrene. That was their only option for lightweight before they knew about foam glass. And the issue with styrene, for some, is it's styrene. It's flammable. If you spill gas or diesel, it melts. So now they have an ultra lightweight alternative that when that storm does come, not only is it higher, not causing settlement, it allows the water to pass freely through it and recharge, not just displace that water. So from that, one of the newer technologies, we've partnered with a second group in Europe to look at doing very similar, but not just 100% glass, using other waste minerals, whether it's wash sand plants or recycled concrete, basically the fine material that nobody wants. So we have a process using glass and these minerals, mixing it with specific additives to create these incredibly strong spheres. And the idea with these are, with being a sphere, you can use them in pump trucks. So you can actually pump this for lightweight concrete. So you're doing a multi-story building. If you can take 30–40% of the weight out of the concrete on every floor, you're now reducing the overall requirements of the superstructure and the foundation. So you get a lot of knock-on effects. By placing, Christine did a great job of explaining concrete, fine aggregates and coarse aggregates. If you can replace them with a recycled glass aggregate, you can now have a concrete that's up to 60% recycled content, as well as 50% of the weight. And if you want to add some recycled glass pozzolan, you're going to be up in the 70% recycled content. So now you could really start to look at very, very sustainable structures, as well as a great end use for the material. So some of the challenges, no, this is the rest of yours, Christine. I'm not going to touch that one.
You sounded good.
Yeah.
All right. So like some of the presenters that spoke before, some of the challenges of bringing technology to Long Island is the cost, right? The cost of doing business, because you have to purchase land, you have the NIMBYism, you need to get aggregated feedstock of a certain quantity to feed that process. And each planning unit in New York State operates their solid waste management or their materials management decisions are made on reliability and costs. So if I have an intermunicipal agreement for 5 years with company A, and at the end of 5 years, or in the 4th year, I decide, well, what am I going to do now if the price is going up? I might change my vendor. So that's going to have an adverse effect on that facility that is requiring that aggregated feedstock. So, and for glass, the two elements, the two industries that we've spoken about today, that aggregated feedstock need is between 15,000 and 75,000 tons per year of glass. So there's good news and there's bad news. One, we know that we have that material by the pie chart. However, the pie chart number is grossly different from what we get as managers in the planning units, right? Either because recovery is not good, because I'm working 3 jobs, I don't have the time to separate everything, or other reasons. We're not getting those industries through the planning unit, the commercial waste. But that's got to be the commitment moving forward, is we need to embrace those other property types to try and get that aggregated feedstock to assist development, market development on Long Island. We also have to look at those public-private partnerships and the IMAs, or the intermunicipal agreements, so that public-private partnerships, if municipalities can site the industry next to the MRF, you know, that's a win-win. You're reducing transportation costs, you're reducing property acquisition costs. It's a concept that really needs to be pursued more. Contamination, and this goes to the comment that I made at the onset, is that I think that the people in the room are very diligent recyclers. I'm going to go out on a limb and make that assumption. We manage 122,000 households for curbside collection, and we have a wonderful recycling educator. Sorry, I hit the mic. Zach Carty is in the audience right here. He does a wonderful job for our community. Facebook posts, Green Gazette, signage, newspapers. And we also have a staff of 5 sanitation inspectors who also do a great job for the 122,000 households. They inspect the corridors, they inspect the residents. But I'm going to give you a for instance on people who maybe not like-minded for us, as us. Our sanitation inspectors will go out and they'll inspect the route, and if they see cardboard out with the garbage, they'll put a sticker on the load and give them a recycling guide. They'll do that for 5 times before they issue a notice of violation. And mind you, a notice of violation is to say you need to recycle. And if you don't start recycling, the next step will be a fine. And one of 2 things happens. They'll start recycling, or they'll call up thinking that they're getting a fine. And it sounds like someone kidnapped their child. They're that angry and passionate about how dare they get a letter in the mail to say how they should handle their garbage. So while I respect the occupants in the room, we do a great job. Not everybody does. And that's part of the challenge from getting from here to there in terms of waste zero, because they don't care where the there is. They just want it gone. They want their tote empty at the end of the day. So concepts for success in glass. Formation of a glass coalition comprised of the local planning units, the waste and the planning departments in the townships. And the reason why I say that is because the planning departments have issue site plan specifications, or the townships have site plan specifications for commercial development within their communities, right? They can set the standards for roadway construction. They can set the standards for, site development. Much like stormwater pollution prevention plans, they started with the state and then they got given to the townships. It's a green initiative, but I don't know if anybody remembers when there was a model codes drafted to enhance solar panel installation on rooftops. Does anybody remember that in the different municipalities, right? It's a model code that I think Cooney had made and distributed to all of the municipalities, and the municipalities could accept it as is or make tweaks and accept it. And it sort of streamlined the building department process to put solar on your roofs. If we were to engage the universities to assist us in developing such a model code, that would give us the ability to incorporate more waste, recycled material content in site plan developments. Businesses that manufacture, distribute, and large quantities of glass. They would be part of this glass coalition, recycling industry professionals, the MRFs that make the aggregated feedstock, so that we could try and get to a point where the MRFs can produce that feedstock that is of a specification that's clean enough to reuse in these markets. And that's a costly endeavor. That's to the tune of $5 to $6 million for each MRF to get the equipment and space needed to separate that glass from the plastic bottles and cans. Industry professionals utilizing the glass cullet in manufacturing, the aggregates, the rock pour, the urban minings, that we could all together create that regional, local, circular economy of waste. And I put that out of order. I apologize. So that's just some of the options moving forward. Cost considerations. Planning units have the cost to collect, cost for pre-processing at the MRFs, depending on what kind of model you have between the municipality and the MRF, the cost to transport and the cost to dispose the residuals, or the cost of a tip fee to those manufacturing. The local business industry has the cost of transportation, the concrete storage and batching requirements, and the unit cost of the commodity in comparison with the traditional construction, because it needs to be a competitive, if not marginal, increase above the traditional unit, unless New York State comes and starts enforcing all of the regulations that they put in place. We need grant funding for the Glass Coalition and some of these items. We desperately need grant funding to upgrade MRFs. Like Stanley said, the optical sorters are, the technology is very expensive. Robotics isn't really even used yet, although that's an off-the-shelf technology that could be. Work to the site facilities, work to identify the sources of glass other than the residential curbside, and the cost analysis to assure minimal cost impacts to governments and end users of materials, so that we can make sure that it's a successful system. But grant funding is huge. That's it. I got the red. But I want to applaud everybody in this room, because I think that it's a great group of people, and I think that we're going to be the ones that have to move that needle forward. So thank you.
Questions?
Just trying to get out of that. Someone in the back?
Christine, you said that the possibility would be replacing cement, or is it replacing with fine aggregator?
The pozzolan would replace a portion of the cement in the concrete, the actual cement.
So the amount of energy to make it possible, does that offset the amount of energy to make that amount of cement?
Yes.
It takes less energy to reprocess the glass, it does process cement.
I believe it does, but I will confirm that and get back to you. I believe that it's I'm referring to the carbon offset, the greenhouse gas offset. It's definitely more beneficial in that regard. In terms of your question, I'll get back to you on that, Tony.
Yes. Where is it? Okay, right there.
Hi, my name is Monique Fitzgerald, and I've been near the Brookhaven landfill. And one of the questions that I have is that I see a lot of industry people here, but I don't see a lot of people from communities that are highly impacted by the waste stream and the inaction and other things that led us to this place that we're in right now, where the landfill is supposed to close. We don't really have a regional plan set up yet. So I know I reach out to a lot of you, but I don't see a lot of you reaching back. So I want to know, what is the plan to incorporate people who are impacted?
That's a very good question, Monique, and thank you for asking it. I think that being here today and encouraging more of your residential community is in addition to everybody else. I think that SUNY has put this out there. We have this symposium every year. So, if,
And I've been to this homes the last 3 years, I believe. So I do come to these events quite often. And like I said, I reach out all the time, and I would like to see some of reciprocal communication. Because we do have ideas, we do want to be a part of the conversation. It's highly effective.
okay, I appreciate that.
Okay. Yes.
I know around watershed, like with, I think managing this watershed, like river or system, so they form this kind of commission, it's kind of like our regional commission. We can do, I don't know, seems like they have done this very successfully. If that kind of idea can introduce to our region to manage this, solid waste, recyclables, more program they could add.
For the coalition?
Yeah, just for you, you said there's a correlation. I
Well-
know a lot of watershed commission.
Yes.
They have done very good job.
Yeah, the
So-
Panic Estuary Protection Program,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying now. I think that that's what we're looking to do, in some sense, and I think that, the waste management officials in the different planning units have very good relationships with the waste industry professionals in their jurisdictions as well. I think that it's not a hard lift to get that group of people up, and we've had working groups together. We've got the Long Island Organics, Marjorie's going to be presenting next. That's a great example of it. And I think something similar to that is probably what we're going to be considering. But just trying to get the industry on Long Island is going to be the biggest lift to try and get that circular economy of waste, that regional or local circular economy of materials. I hope I answered.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I think we're gonna change topics again and move to organics. And our next speaker is Marjorie Spitz. Marjorie is the co-founder of Table to Ground, commercial food waste solutions company, and she serves on the East Hampton Sustainability Team. Last October with Bill Flower, Marjorie co-launched the Long Island Organic Initiative, which has quickly grown into a collaboration of over 50 stakeholders working to address organic waste on Long Island. So I'll turn it over to.
Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me? How's everybody doing? Are we tired and hot? No, really, how you doing? Everybody doing okay? I know it's late in the day, but we're gonna talk about food. Who likes to eat? I think I contribute to that wine problem, a wine glass problem a little bit. But no, I'm really interested to know who's here because this really affects all of us. And I've been so encouraged by all the conversations up until now about organics. So we're seeing some momentum. So just so I understand who's represented here, who is from a municipality? Okay, good, a lot of you. What about residential? Unique. Okay. Business? Waste management? Yeah, I'm sure I missed, did I miss nonprofit? What about nonprofit? Okay, yeah. So we have great representation here from all of those groups that are affected by this. And I'm curious, and I usually like to walk around when I do these things, but I know I can't because of the microphone. My husband already said, make sure I talk loud because I don't usually speak that loud and project. But how many of you are actually processing your organic waste? Okay. And what are you doing? Are you composting yourself? Awesome. Are you participating in a food scrap drop-off program, maybe? A few of you, because there are some of those. Maybe you have a pickup, not on Long Island though, right? Not yet, but But we look forward to making something like that happen. So I think, Caitlin, you said, there we go. So we've all talked a lot about statistics already, and we know how many people are here. You know, we've got about almost 3 million people on Long Island. We have the different planning units and counties, organics, 20 to 30%, right? We've all talked about that organics being that part of the waste stream. And thank you to my friends at H2M for helping doing some calculations here for the 420 pounds per person per year of organic waste. That is a lot, right? And it's a lot of banana peels and apple cores, right? And we talked a lot about behavior shift, but I have confidence. I used to work in advertising and we used to sell stuff to people they didn't need all the time. I have confidence we can work on behavior change. And when you think about that amount of weight, think about throwing out that huge refrigerator. Thank you, Sarah. Every year. That's what we're all wasting, right? And that's significant when you put it like that, right? And you know, I just came from Refed. There's a summit. It's in Seattle right now, so I flew in last night at 11 in order to be here. And so forgive me if I'm a little tired, but they had talked about a couple of stats too, and you know, 12% of New York State households have experienced food insecurity, right? This is a very wealthy community, but that shouldn't happen, right? So we should be able to tackle that together. This is where we live, right? And we're unique. Right? We have a unique geography, we have a unique geology, we have a unique population. We are a sole source aquifer. We've talked about this and the challenges of that and the seasonality, right? All those people, I live part-time in that New York City, and then I live part-time all the way on the end there in Montauk, right? Just like a lot of other people, there's a lot of that back and forth, and that shapes challenges, but it also shapes opportunities. And so we've talked about things like high cost that are the implications are, and the limited facilities that are there right now, the regulations, right? Thank goodness we have some people complying and at least starting to understand the implications of that. And behavior change we've talked a lot about, and public awareness that it might not be there. They don't necessarily know how to recycle their organics, the seasonality and the transportation. But I like to be very positive, and I think there's a lot of opportunity here to make a big difference. 30% of the waste stream, if we can reduce that significantly, then we can make a real impact here, right? So these are the food waste generators. There are a lot of them. And these are the places where you can actually participate in collection programs. Now, the cool stuff about this map, right, and this is from NICE R3, is that there's trending opportunity here. At Refed in Seattle, like I said, they were talking about these programs are becoming very popular, these food scrap drop-off programs. And so if we can get residents to start to do things, certainly we have to deal with commercials. Certainly we have to deal with the large generators. But activity is starting to happen, and that is very inspirational. So I want to applaud a lot of you in here who are doing that, but there's a lot of work still to be done, of course, and we don't yet have the infrastructure in place. We don't have the mechanics in place. We don't have the education in place. So there are lots of stakeholders. How do we get them all involved, right? So there are consumers and businesses and municipalities and governments and regulators and educators and nonprofits and farmers, big farming community here, right? So there's lots of different stakeholders with lots of different agendas. And that is something for us to acknowledge as we work to address the issue of organics. And so what I like to talk about is connecting those dots, okay? There are people doing amazing work already. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We may need to rethink, like Christine said, right? But not reinvent, right? We can tackle this issue by tapping into what already exists and building momentum around that, being the glue, right, for those opportunities. And the power of collaboration, I've heard unify, I've heard collaboration. Also at the NICE R3 Organic Summit, as well as the Refed Summit, the words that kept coming up were community, partnership, collaboration, mini actions started to come up. It's small actions, like I said, your banana peels and your apple cores, to start to shift how people think can really make a big difference. And if we can collaborate, Then we have shared resources and shared skills and shared assets. And we have risk sharing and presumably reduction in cost, better economics, better return on investment, innovation, speedier implementation, right? Because if we tap into what someone else has already done, then we don't have to reinvent the wheel and start all over again. We can build. And scalability and reach that will help with that, as well as the ability to be nimble and to facilitate growth and learning. So in thinking about this, I mean, my day job, as Michael said, is Table to Ground, which is on-site in vessel food waste management solutions. And I started networking with a lot of the people in this room, and one of them is Will Flower, who couldn't be here, but he sends his regards. And we just started talking about this as a challenge. And we said, you know, how can we convene people? How can we build on work like TOWELS and Long Island Organics Council and all the different people that have done some amazing work and come together? So we started to form what we're calling now the Long Island Organics Initiative. And that was basically trying to get a large, robust array of perspectives and voices at the table. And this sucker has grown. In 4 months, we had over 50 people join. If you're part of this group, can you stand up or raise your hand? Yes. Yes. These are people trying to take action. This is an area where we can take action. This group is taking action. And so it's representative of lots of different organizations from all the different stakeholders that we just talked about. And the idea is to come together, right? To come together and solve this problem, because it will take all of us, right? And so we have been meeting since October. We're birthing this baby. We really are working hard to make something happen. We're having fun too. We've gone on a tour of ReWorld. We've gone to events together. We convene once a month. And we said, what are we going to do? What are we going to do with all of this energy, right? How are we going to solve this problem? Not to be another blah, blah, blah group that is just fly on the wall, right? So we talked and we decided that we are going to center our mission around uniting. We've heard a lot about public and private entities today, uniting public and private entities to develop and implement a collaborative action plan. Talked about a regional plan, right? We need this regional plan. We need us all to work together to maximize the use of organic materials and their sustainable management all across Long Island. Yes, we're talking, yes, the Suffolk County executive is here. He's voiced his support, but we need Nassau County. We need everybody to do this. So we decided this was going to be our mission. And we also decided that we have to really focus on the education and information side of things first. Okay. So when you look at, are you familiar with this EPA food waste scale here? Okay. You know, we want to obviously do everything we can to do the left side of that visual right there. We want to prevent, we want to donate, we want to upcycle. In fact, if Pat's, I'll call you, we have a meeting tomorrow with Island Harvest to just talk about how we can do that. This group is really focused on the recycling side of things and filling the gaps, right? Where do those gaps exist? Let's assume that we do everything we can to fulfill the left side of it there, right? And interesting, someone from the EPA spoke at the ReFed conference, and I was surprisingly optimistic because given what's been going on, right, you know, and some funding being perhaps stalled, she was very optimistic about bipartisan support around food waste and having more grants available. But she did say that the number that a household of 4, right, spends $3,000 a year on wasted food. That number is significantly higher than the stat I've heard prior. So yeah, so I suspect they're going to be publishing something, but think about the 1 million households or so on Long Island wasting $3,000 a year and what we can better do with that money and that energy, right? Feed the people, feed the earth, right? We talked about greenhouse gas emissions. This has a significant contribution to that, and it is solvable. I feel optimistic it's solvable. So we decided we're going to focus on, first, there's a big information sharing and education sharing resource gap. Okay, that's where we need to start. We obviously want to get to some implementation at some point, but that's where we need to start in collaborating here and building on successful models. And of course, we have a law that people need to comply with, that we can act as a resource to support them as they try to fulfill and comply with that law, right? Everyone familiar with that law, I assume? Do I need to explain it? Do I need to explain it? Do people know what it is? That basically if you generate, I think right now it's 2 tons a week and you're within 50 miles of a facility, you must recycle it. That will change over the next few years to 1 ton, to half a ton, and to being 25 miles instead of 50 miles. So people need to start to learn about this so they can comply with this. So we decided that our top priorities are, like I said, information and education. And what does that mean? Well, we broke out into planning groups. This is an active, action-oriented group. And we decided we need an online hub specific to Long Island. There's some great New York resources, but there's nothing specific to Long Island that serves as a centralized platform with information, ideas, resources, data, downloadable materials, right? Again, no reinventing the wheel. And the beauty of this group too is we all have special skills we bring to the party. So we don't need you to do something you're not already doing. You're already doing certain work. We just need you to bring that expertise to this conversation. The second thing we're focusing on is building a network of compost coaches. What is compost coaches? What will they do? They will guide and support as programming and initiatives are launched. People get scared. They don't know what to do. They don't understand it. Compost is a scary word. I mean, I'm more of a fan of the food scraps because the people understand that. And especially if you're in the city program, right? It's like, what do you mean you're turning it into compost? I can't use it. I don't have a garden. So, but we think that with compost coaches, we can really make an impact. And then of course, to support all of that, we need meaningful partnerships. We need to develop conversations and opportunities for those conversations, whether it's existing events or creating roundtable discussions, and we need funding. This is a volunteer group, but we can't set up an online hub without some pro bono and actual dollars to put against it. And that will be this phase 1. I'd love to say it would be done in 2025, but hopefully as soon as possible, and then we'll move into some implementation. And what are we doing? So for example, we meet once a month. Like I said, we have these breakouts and planning groups. It's an active group. It's not me just talking the whole time, hopefully. We fielded a survey among the group to say, like, okay, if we're going to do this online hub, what should go on it? If we're going to have compost coaches, what should they do? And who are the resources and the links that we need to align with? And as a result of that, we've got a list of compost coaches that we want to reach out to. We've got a list of resources. We know that, Long Island Organics Council and Compost for Good and the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, et cetera, has all this stuff already. We don't have to do anything new. And we're already seeing success. So program expansion. So North Hempstead, Megan, where's Megan? There you are. They did a great backyard composting program through a third party. And since then, Brookhaven has done it. And now East Hampton and Southold are about to do it. Nick is still here. Yeah, they are. Nick and Craig is here. We're about to launch this. Now, what is this program? It is a program where this third party sets up a website. People can buy discounted backyard composting program. Small. It's not going to make this huge, oh my goodness, we're going to have thousands of people doing this, but it's a start. It gets more of that processing happening, more of that mind shift happening. And we're going to use it as an opportunity to launch our compost coaches pilot, which is basically me behind the scenes, shooting emails to the right people to get them to answer questions and creating the FAQs from existing materials. We have a framework of the online hub begun, and we have really good word of mouth. Sometimes I just at Refed or wherever, people are like, oh, I've heard of you guys. Sounds like you're doing some good stuff. Let's talk more. How can we help? And it's absolutely positively helpful with the shared learning and support. There's, I think Babylon is thinking about doing a program, right, Jesse? And they're also meeting separately to talk about other activities and other things that they want to do to just have support of each other. So I say this all the time. I know the group gets sick of me hearing that, but it really will take all of us. I keep again hearing the words unify. Every little thing helps. We need we need all of us. There's a lot of solutions out there. It's not going to be just one. Like, yeah, great. We want to have an AD. We want to do this. We want to do that. We'll get there. And so I'm here to ask you to help to join us. This is actually one of the parts of the day where you can actually really literally do something. There's also Laura and I were talking, September 29th is International Food Waste Awareness Day, September 29th. That gives you all plenty of time to think of something you can do between now and September, even small, mini actions. So how can you get involved? So we want all the voices at the table. Be ready to work because we're going to ask you to be action oriented. So if you're a municipality, if you're a nonprofit, if you're a business that's not yet involved, we don't have, someone asked about grocers earlier today. You know, we've spoken to a couple, but we don't have them yet. We are going to talk to food banks as well. Those will be instrumental. We need have the Long Island Farm Bureau, which is awesome. We probably could use some farms, some conversations from some farmers, because we want to increase awareness about this problem and everything that can be done to solve it. We want to share materials. We need funding and resources. If anybody has any ideas, we did not expect this to take off the way it has, and it's really exciting that it has. And I'm working closely with Michael White and his work with WRMI. And so that's really cool. And I want to thank them for having us here, and Liblit, of course. And so hopefully we can either get a fiscal sponsor or something along those lines, because as individuals, we can't just go get a grant to do this online hub, right? So, but if you have resources where you can create amazing user-friendly websites or graphic design, get in touch, or marketing and volunteer coordinate. These compost coaches will need some help coordinating that. And every little bit helps. I like to talk about the drama and the reality of the situation. It is a challenge, but it is, I believe it is something that we can really tackle. What else can we do? We got to face it, right? That's why we're all here, and we are all here to have a conversation about how we can do it. But let's be realistic. We have to make it funny, right? It's food, it's organics, right? And maybe we can build a model, like Christine said, so that other collaborations can start from what we're doing. And let's optimize our impact, you know? So we want to do the things and spend time on the things that are going to have the most impact. And also, again, not reinvent the wheel. That's me. You can scan that QR code. It'll give you my email address, but you also have the WRMI email address out there. Guys, did I miss anything? That's part of the Long Island Initiative. Okay. Thank you so much for attention.
Any questions for Margaret? Well, we don't. I think we did. I don't have formal bios for Charlie.
He did not send one.
Oh, okay. Well, last but by no means least, I'd like to welcome up our next and last speaker, Charlie Vigliotti. Charlie, I have known him about 15 years, I guess now. Long time. Charlie has been running Long Island Compost for many years, probably composted more yard waste than anyone else on Long Island. And he is now engaged with American Organic Energy into a digester, in a digester project that may be our best hope in the short term, at least to take a bite out of that organics waste stream. Charlie?
Thank you, Mike. Very happy to be here today. I appreciate the invitation. Long Island Compost has been in the organics waste recycling industry for 35 years. And I use the term organic waste recycling rather than composting. Composting is ancient, it's scalable, it breaks down materials very well. But composting, in order to make an impact on Long Island, we had multiple speakers here today talking about the enormous problem that we have. Taking a boutique approach to organics recycling is not going to put a dent in this. And we've industrialized composting over the course of the last 35 years. We process, recycle, truly recycle 250,000 tons a year of organics. When I say recycle, this is not like, well, I have the paper recycling facility. They don't recycle anything in there. They take in paper, they separate it, they put it into different categories, they bale it, and they send it someplace else. They don't make anything with it. We make things with it. We make 500,000 cubic yards a year of soil, compost, and mulch products. We market those products. Market, also part of recycling. If you don't have an end user, you don't have a program. We've got a consumer package division that we've partnered with Scott's Miracle Grow. It's working very well. It's in every single garden center in the New York metropolitan area. We have a specific engineered soil division that produces some of the highest and growing mediums that are used in very high impact projects. The World Trade Center Memorial Garden, the High Line, Central Park Conservancy. And, you know, we market a lot of this material directly back to the people that create the waste to begin with. Perfect recycling circle. But composting has limits as to how it can handle large quantities of food waste. We today, and have for the last 20 years, composted food waste, limited food waste, fruits, vegetables, floral, totally uncontaminated, no packaged material. Works very well. Composting works very, very well for that. But we tried composting meat and fish residue and fats and oils, and you cannot effectively compost that. We tried. How do I turn? Yeah, sorry about that. I should have gotten that straight. Okay. We want to recycle food waste. There is a demand for food waste recycling. There are laws in place. And if I could do it through our existing compost facility, I would have done it. But you can't do it. I don't believe it can be done on a large scale. Backyard, single family home, 2 people living there, maybe, and I encourage those projects. But large scale, 2.5, 3 million people, no, this has to be industrialized. And in order to industrialize it, we went all over the world looking for the gold standard of technology. We settled on anaerobic digestion. We have spent 15 years on this project. We are in construction today. We have been in construction for the last year and a half. We expect to be finished within 6 months, and we will be commissioning and fully operational by this time next year. What's fully operational? 210,000 tons a year of food waste, fats, oils, greases. And what are we going to do with it? We're going to pull out a whole bunch of value from it that is not available in composting. Number one, we're going to extract the gas. Decomposing organic matter gives off gas. We will capture that gas. We will clean it. We will go through a process with it, and we will create two things: electricity and RNG, renewable natural gas. We will make enough electricity to take care of the parasitic needs of the plant. And I'll take you through what the plant does or how it does it in a moment. The rest of it is going to go into the national grid pipeline, and it's going to heat homes and provide the gas to turn on our stoves for thousands of homes right here on Long Island, reducing the need for importing gas. We're going to create 500,000 MMBTU of that gas. But then after that, we're going to do something with what's left over. And what's left over is what's known as a digestate. But before we get into that, I'm going to take you through the plant. Now, obviously, artist's conception, but trucks will pull up to the plant, back in. High-speed doors will open up and close. The entire plant is self-contained. It's under negative air so that all the air in the plant is filtered so that there are no odor impacts to the neighborhood. The truck will offload its material into a pit, and then we'll go to work. And what kind of material is this? This is food waste, pre-consumer and post-consumer. It's stuff scraped off the dish at the end of a meal. It's stuff that's created in a commercial kitchen. It's food waste from a food waste manufacturer. We have had a wonton manufacturer in right here on Long Island. Very large one, came to understand. And we service them. And twice a week, we took a 30-yard compactor from them, all vegetables, all trimmings, part of the process. So there are food manufacturers on Long Island also. And we will dump this, including material from grocery stores, which will, by and large, mostly all, come in packaged. They'll drop on a floor, we'll pick it up, we'll go through a series of shredders, separators, where we will pull out the digestibles, separated from the non-digestibles, recycle what's available in the non-digestibles. But we're not going to digest the food waste as food. The apple is not going to go into the digester. The apple will be ground and made into a slurry. Water that we're recycling from the plant will come back in to create this slurry. And the slurry will be pumped out of the building and go through a couple of tanks. First tank to heat it up, and then into the digestion tanks. And we will have 4 large digestion tanks. And when I say large, 60 feet in diameter, 60 feet tall, all interconnected, and with a turner to agitate the material on the top. Gas will be pulled off, and at the end, the liquid that's left, the digestate, will come back into the building. Now, what's in this digestate? It looks like dirty water, and it is. There are solids still in that. The fiber that did not break down. And the first thing we do is we go through a dewatering process, separate the solids from the liquids. The solids we're then going to dry to make into an organic fertilizer, valuable in the marketplace. And now you got this water. In our case, about 120,000 gallons a day of this water. very high nutrient water. Nutrients, nitrogen is a concern on Long Island. So we're going to take the water and we're going to go through another process, an ultrafiltration process, where we're going to pull out all the high nutrient material. We're going to make a liquid fertilizer out of this too. So we're making gas. We're making solid fertilizer. We're going to make liquid fertilizer, and we're going to be left with clean water. Now, I'm proud of a lot of this. I'm proud of the technology that we were able to put together on this. But none of this is possible without the partnerships that we worked on for years and years. And being in the solid waste industry for decades, there's a couple of different ways to approach a problem when you want to do something. And only because I've made this mistake and paid for this mistake. You could sit in a room with all your genius friends and you come up with the idea and you go make an application to the regulatory agency and you present it there, and then you get into the process and you will be dead within a year because you did the wrong thing. So we learned, if you want to do something like this, start local, which is what we did. For 2 years, I and my brother at the time had meetings once a month or so with the local community group, the Brookhaven Community Coalition. When I walked in there, I was the big, bad solid waste guy. And nobody likes the solid waste guy, let's be honest. And through discussion, through give and take, we came up with a plan. They wanted me to make improvements to my current operation. They were entitled for me to, do that. We did them. We showed them good faith. We worked together. We took community input. And only then did we go to the DEC. And fortunately, at the time, we had a visionary who was running Region 1. His name is Peter Scully. He's in the room now. And without his support, over 10 years ago, we would not be in the verge of opening up the most important solid waste management facility on Long Island in the last 40 years. There were other people that supported us. Town of Brookhaven, Ed Romaine. He was the town supervisor when we went to the town. Very supportive because they knew we were doing the right thing. They knew we were answering the questions. They knew we were addressing their constituents' concerns. And the county also, very, very helpful. Now let's talk about the challenges in doing this. This is some of the most advanced technology in the world, but it's proven technology. The costs in a post-COVID construction environment have gone from 100 to 110 million to $200 million. $200 million to build this plant. It's a staggering sum. I never could have imagined 15 years ago when I started with this. The difficulties, technical, environmental. And I promised Gia today that I wasn't going to dump on anybody.
He doesn't listen.
But I have to tell you, we got a couple of utility providers on this island. You just want to tear your hair out. Just this week, there was a big article in Newsday about how PSE&G, LIPA can't figure out how to license a given operation to the town of Brookhaven's, solar park that they all built across the street. It's going to send, I don't know how much, electricity into the grid, and they can't get out of their own way. And they, Gia, I know I promised I wasn't going to do it, but that's all I'm going to say about that. At any rate, this is a situation of not we should do it. I need grants to get it done. 99.5% of the cost of this is all privately raised. Less than 1% is government grant money. Just putting it into perspective. But this is not, we should do it. Can we get it done? I don't know how we're doing it. 6 months from now, food waste disposal on Long Island is going to change for the better. We will reduce 10,000 interstate tractor trailer trips a year when fully operational. People were talking today about transportation issues. This is a way we, address it. And this is a real recycling operation. We take in a product, food waste, something nobody wants, and we make things that everybody wants and needs and is using today. And that's my tale of woe for the time being. But you're looking forward to this. Thank you very much.
Mr. Charlie. I got one for you, Charlie.
Go ahead.
Okay. This food waste law.
Yep.
Right? Is anybody generating food waste within what, 25 miles of you?
Yeah, 25 miles, but my Westbury facility is a qualifying facility. It will feed this. So basically, my company has the whole island covered. Just about, outside of the eastern.
How much you gonna charge?
I'm not telling you. Depends on how much you have. Less than the cost of shipping it out of state. Less than the cost of shipping it out of state. But, excuse me, I'll get to your question in just a moment, please. But there is something that we need. We need enforcement of that law. Currently, that law reads any food generator producing 2 tons or more a week. January 1st, that goes to 1 ton a week. But like anything else, if there is no enforcement, there will be no diversion. And I know there are representatives of them here, I call on the DEC to do its job, to support groundbreaking initiatives to improve the environment. You're the Department of Environmental Conservation. I call on you to do your job here. And I'll help you. We'll let you know the guys that aren't bringing it to us. We'll make it easy for them. I'm sorry, people.
How does the facility accept the material in the truck? Is it in bags or loose?
We're gonna take it packaged. I used to walk around when I made presentations. I used to have a dented tuna can, and this was my visual aid. And it was smashed in tuna can. The reason why it was smashed in is I took it out and I smashed it myself on the curb. And I said, we're gonna take this tuna can in. We're gonna purge the tuna out of the can, and then we're gonna recycle the can. We're gonna make gas out of the tuna and fertilizer out of the tuna, and the metal can is gonna go to that nice man at the end of the road, Kevin Gershowitz and Gershow Recycling.
So if there's curbside collection, you'll accept any paid plastic bags in the truck?
Our facility right now is designed for commercial in-feed. I've already started having conversations on what it would take to facilitate residential curbside collection also. We're gonna get to that, but that's not gonna be in the first phase of this. Yeah, Mike.
First of all, I want to say thank you to you for your perseverance. This has been a long road for you, and you deeply appreciate it. That's the first step.
Thank you.
Will you be, your company be putting together a guidance document?
Yes.
So folks like Stony Brook University will know what can be accepted and what is restricted.
Yes, part of what we intend to do, starting in a few months from now, is hand out educational material. Things that can go up in a commercial kitchen, you know, do's and don'ts. Do it bilingual, that's the society we live in, you know, today, so that it's often been said that the valedictorian doesn't throw out the garbage. That's okay, but everybody knows this goes here and that goes there, and you just have to communicate it. And we're going to be able to supply posters that can go up, you know, in the kitchens themselves, so that this can be addressed at the source.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am.
Will your facility be able to take, do you expect to be able to take all of Long Island's?
Our facility is designed to handle 210,000 tons a year. That's a lot of product. And it's not going to be able to handle 100% of the food waste. But if we can handle, I don't want to give a percentage, we will be able to handle in this phase the vast majority of food waste generated on that.
How will you manage that? You'll just have to know who your clients will be and those that you'll have to turn away.
What we're looking to do, since this is going to be disruptive enough, the one thing that we don't want to do is disrupt the way waste moves today. So we are working with the haulers and the municipalities in place now. You know, we don't want to send 1,000 new trucks out in the street. There are some very capable, experienced, high-quality companies that are in the waste logistics business. We're working with them to identify the potential customers, how they're going to have to do a certain amount of rerouting, but move the compostables here, the non-compostables there, just like they do today with recyclables or construction and demolition debris. Yes, sir.
You're planning to take any other type of organic waste other than food?
We're focused on food. We're gonna continue composting. You know, so we're handling 250,000 tons a year of mostly vegetative waste and a certain amount of food waste. As I said, those fruits and vegetables. We don't really want to put yard waste in the digester. Grass clippings and leaves do not give off a lot of gas. But fats, meats, foods, they do give off gas. In a lot of ways.
Restaurant trap,
I beg your pardon?
like ground grease, restaurant trap grease, that
Yes.
stuff,
Yes,
that would be acceptable?
that's what's known as fog,
Right.
fats, oils, and grease. Yes, we're permitted to take in fog.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. Again,
So a large quantity generator, like Stony Brook University,
right.
we have existing contracts in place for the handling of trash and recycling. What will be the cost to take food waste to your facility and put it per ton?
Any generator that pays a hauler to remove his material, they pay the hauler, you know, a single price. But there are components in that price. Their labor, their fuel, their overhead, it's their cost of disposal. the hauler, without getting into specifics for any individual generator, the hauler used to pick up the material from this company here and bring it there. Now he's going to pick up some of the material from here and bring it there, but a lot of the material from here, he's going to bring over there. Because that's where it gets recycled, and we're going to do it in such a way that it should not negatively impact the food waste generator's costs.
So to dovetail on that, is there the potential for a cost savings realization
No,
for a large quantity generator?
no,
Instead of paying this amount with a contract, we could realize a 20% reduction in cost.
no,
No,
no, I will never promise.
Great, great,
You know, that's the goal, you know, but let's be realistic in this world. Costs rise every day on multiple levels. Labor costs go up, fuel goes up, we all have multiple costs. I'm not going to promise for someone else that if he's able to save 5% on his disposal cost, that's going to wind up coming back to the customer. He probably has a whole bunch of other costs that are going up. Our goal here was to not negatively impact the current economic situation. I can't promise savings. I'd like to, promise a lot of things. Promise I didn't have gray hair. Anyway. Yes, ma'am.
But you would be providing cost equalization in the event that we had to ship more waste off, right?
Well, long term.
Right, long term.
Long term, I have absolutely no doubts that this is a cost-effective situation because we're independent. You move off Long Island, now you're dependent on everything that you can't control. You can't control the cost of fuel. You can't control, road and bridge infrastructure. You can't control costs in landfills in Virginia and North Carolina and Timbuktu, that this stuff is going to. Here, we have a certain amount of control. Yeah, labor goes up, overhead, goes up, but by and large, we should be long-term a very cost-effective solution. Thank you. It's a very good question. Well, that's a whole, that's what we're all about, but you take it for granted, and maybe we should.
I think we're about done.